tears. You know?
Hello, Commissioner. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome.
So I want to show you. Thanks, Patrick. I appreciate you saying something. Look. Did he use my
Exactly.
for butterscotch pie? Patricia sit closer to you, but
Yeah, she
I need
texted.
a lot more space. It's a problem.
Yeah,
Yesterday, she was in my office and we were having a meeting, and I was like, "You don't tell me. You should just go home." And then, like 2 hours later, she was like, "Yeah, I'm going a little more sleep."
I told her
She kept coughing. I was like, "Girl, it's
Yeah.
not good."
Well, she can get back up here now if she wants. You know?
She left my office and I started Lysoling. I was like, "She's coughing everywhere. That poor girl."
you know, every time I go, I'm like, sanitizer. I'm like, nothing against you. morning. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Great. Yeah, we shouldn't have much. Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I still want your glasses.
I'll let you read it. Oh, come on. Yeah, how was your weekend? Busy? Restful and busy. I know, I hear that. The sheriff? I haven't seen her in a long time.
I didn't forget them this morning.
She's probably lost 40 pounds since she became sheriff. Yeah, no, I mean, that's true. You're like, you're misleading me with your buffness. Good, how about you? Anything you know this morning? I finished looking about myself. You weren't here last time when I was by myself. You're horrible. I remember no trust.
Going back to go see Coach Prime.
And what I'm keeping.
You're going back to go see Coach Prime.
Only if you eat it like this.
This could be a lot worse.
Are you guys planning on
But I don't want to also like that might make us watch and say, hi, Jennifer. Caroline Zamora. No, it's not your fault. You were
appreciate your follow-up?
Jana's awesome. Yeah, she'll do whatever. Yeah.
Okay, I remember that.
Yeah. Whatever works best for her. Yes. So listen, she's the one. Like, let's talk with her, and we'll talk about it.
I thought I was getting away from her.
No,
It doesn't seem
never. Let's be clear, never. There's potential.
Good morning, everybody. It's 9:05 a.m. on December 13th, 2022. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Michael Jimenez of Victory Ministry. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning, and thank you all. Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. Before we begin today's work, we pause to give you thanks. You are the source of life and love, hope and peace, and we thank you for the fresh start and the possibility of this new day. We ask that you would give our leaders your justice and your righteousness, your wisdom and courage. Help this commissioner's court to listen, first of all, to you, to the whole community, and to one another. We lift up each agenda item and each county department and employee represented here today. We pray that our agenda would follow your agenda, that we live united as your beloved community. We also pray for our law enforcement, our criminal justice, and for those facing addictions and mental health challenges. Please grant your servants everything they need, most of all, a servant's heart, that they would fulfill the important role in making your community a better one for us all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Jimenez. Commissioner Ellens, would you do us the honors of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens. Amanda, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Allens,
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Present.
Chair Sanchez.
Present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, there are no changes to the agenda.
Very good. Then we'll move on to Pet Showcase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you in the audience and they may be viewing the proceedings, the County Commission takes advantage of each of its meetings to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. We'll start with our cat of the week, and I believe it's pronounced Titania. Anyway, she's 1 year old, domestic short hair. I'm initially shy, but I really just want to open up and be a super sweet and affectionate girl. When I get comfy, I'm so sweet and loving and the best companion you could ever ask for. I'm looking for my forever home that will make me feel safe and loved. Then I'll know my holiday wishes have come true. Our dog of the week is Chong. I'm such a handsome and charming boy. It's so surprising that I haven't found my forever home yet. I'm playful and social with other dogs, and I get the hang of the house training quickly according to my Holiday Foster. I do have a pretty high vertical leap, so tall fenced yards are leashed or supervision outside only, please. And Chong is 3 years old. He's a large mix. There's opportunities to adopt either of these two and or another animal of your choosing this Saturday. And then also during the holidays, you're able at any time. All adoptions are only $25, and the first 80 adoptions are fully sponsored by the Doña Ana County Humane Society. And again, we encourage anyone to consider adopting either of these two animals or any other animal from the Animal Services Center, especially if you need some companionship this holiday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, then we move into the employee recognition portion of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all of you that are here present. The County Commission takes advantage of each of its meetings to recognize employees that have met or have reached a certain milestone in their service to the community and to the county. We're going to start this morning with an exceedingly special individual, and this is Hushang Solju, or who is very affectionately referred to solely as Hush. So Hush, will you please come join me? Officer Solju joined the Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office as a court security specialist on call on October 23rd of 2002. He was promoted in 2006 to DASO Lead Court Security Officer, his current role. His primary duties focus on the security of the judges and the public. He prides himself in directing the flow of people in and out of the courthouse and ensuring that there is a deputy assigned to each courtroom. His supervisor said that Hush knows every square inch of the courthouse, as well as every part of its daily operation, and is committed to his profession as he is to the department. Hoosh goes above and beyond his duties and goes out of his way to share his knowledge and train newly hired employees. He enjoys being complimented. Yes, he always enjoys getting compliments, so make sure that before he leaves here today, all of you have complimented him. He enjoys being complimented on a job well done and is proud of what he does while continuously seeking to improve. He is known for being a caring and thoughtful person who shows up early and makes the first pot of fresh coffee for everyone. Hoosh enjoys keeping a positive attitude every day and is known for making savory Iranian dishes for lunch that he shares with his coworkers. While off duty, he enjoys hitting the gym. You can tell. Hiking, bike riding, and spending time with Mr. Duke, his 2-year-old German Shepherd. Ladies and gentlemen, for 20 years of service to this community, please join the commission in giving a very special recognition to Hoosh Solju. Having had the honor of working with Hoosh for 11 years, there is no one more committed. There is no county employee who cares so much for the individuals that he works with than Hoosh does. He is an exemplary employee. And this is, to you, Hoosh, an appreciation for and recognition of 20 years of dedicated service to Doña Ana County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management from the 4th of November of 2002 through the 4th of November of 2022. Congratulations again. So some pictures. We'll proceed with a retirement for Captain Jeremy Hash. Should have gotten a hug there too, you know? Take advantage. Captain Hash joined the Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office as a field deputy in 1999, then left to work for the town of Mesilla in law enforcement and returned to our Sheriff's Department in 2008. He was promoted to investigator in 2011, to sergeant in 2013. He was then promoted to lieutenant in June of 2018 and became captain in 2021 for a total of 22 years, 8 months in law enforcement. In his current role, Captain Hash supervises detectives, victim advocates, the intelligence unit, Project Lifesaver, and the evidence section. He spends most of his time working with detectives and overseeing the most critical scenes that the department faces. His supervisor, Major John Day, who's in the back, said he was first impressed by the number of Mountain Dews that Captain Hash could drink. So everything that he's done for the community, he's going to be well known for drinking Mountain Dews. As they continued, Major Day and Captain Hash, as they continued to work side by side, Major Day saw Captain Hash's unwavering commitment to protect the community. The success the Criminal Investigations Division has had over the past 8 years, from solving multiple homicides to the identification of a slain little girl killed in 1985, are the result of the monumental efforts made by Captain Hash and his team. He reshaped the way criminal investigations are done in the county, and the outcomes will have a lasting effect. Major Day said he truly impacted this department, this community, and himself in such a positive manner that he will be missed greatly, but his legacy will live on. Outside of work, Captain Hash loves the outdoors, hunting, fishing, four-wheeling, especially when he enjoys them with his son. In retirement, he plans to spend time on his boat and in his camp trailer. Captain Hash thanks his family because they sacrificed so much for him. He hopes he can make up for lost time and wholeheartedly support their life goals, success, and happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the Board of County Commissioners in thanking Captain Hash not only for his 14 years of dedication here at Doña Ana County, but the entire nearly 23 years of his law enforcement career and his commitment to the safety of Doña Ana County residents, congratulating him on his retirement, and of course, wishing him and his family the best in his new chapter, his new life chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Jeremy Hash. Since I'm sure you didn't mean to tell me that I love you, I'm assuming you were meaning it for your wife, right? Right. Okay, I thought it was me at first. But, okay. So why don't you come and join us, please, Mrs. Hash. And again, this is to celebrate your retirement, to always think of your Doña Ana County family, your sheriff's office family, in recognition of all of the work that you've put in. This is in honor of your service. Jeremy W. Hash retired with distinction after, we say here 14, but we should have put 22 years of loyal service on the 31st of December of 2022. Congratulations to you and your family. So I just overheard Captain Hash remarking to Commissioner Chaparro, who previously had served as a magistrate judge, that she had officiated over his wedding and that he's still married to the same woman. Yes. Congratulations for that as well. Or congratulations to her for still being married to him. All right, we will proceed with William J.R. Ellis. Mr. Ellis joined Doña County in 1997 as a mapper technician 1 in the assessor's office. He was promoted to GIS mapping specialist in 2008, and in 2017, he transferred to his current role in the Community Development Department as a GIS mapper analyst. He brought a wealth of experience and knowledge from working with the assessor's office for the previous 20 years, and immediately became a member of the team who shared his knowledge with planning staff, helping everyone in their work. He quickly learned to manage and become the primary point of contact for claims of exemption applications. He took the initiative to expand his knowledge by learning about the subdivision and ordinance processes. In addition to his GIS analyst work, he is especially good at working with the public and enjoys going above and beyond to help resolve issues constituents may encounter in land development projects. JR, as he is universally known, is a valued asset to the Community Development Department because he is a great team player who also provides outstanding customer service to the public. While he's not at work, JR loves spending his time outside and is a locally, soon to be internationally renowned saxophone and blues harmonica musician. So where was today's performance? I'm not sure, your instruments in the back? Okay, we'll hear from you in a little bit. He has played for 35 years and once joined the legendary Charlie Musselwhite on stage at the Silver City Blues Festival. Is that because you just threw yourself onto the stage or you actually played with him? Okay, you played with him. Okay, very good. In retirement, he looks forward to a second Mexican Riviera cruise and hopes to spend more time with his family, including taking his 8- and 9-year-old children to school every day, enjoying more time with his 20- and 21-year-old daughters, and taking care of his parents. He will also enjoy more leisurely morning walks with Cyrus, his English bulldog. And now that you're retired, you can adopt another animal from the Animal Services Center, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, a really exceptional individual. I have never passed JR without just this great smile, great attitude, and legitimate concern for whoever he is greeting. He has been exceptional to work with. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please join our commissioners, the Community Development Department, in wishing JR the best in his retirement after 25 years of dedicated service to our community. We want to see who he's going to be spending so much more time with. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask for a little bit of patience because we're adding a little something special to our agenda. We're going to give some additional recognition that we didn't really give that much notice to. But most of you are aware that this is the last county commission meeting for this year. And in every odd year or every other year, we go through a transition related to elected officials. And we have three very special elected officials who are going to be leaving office that we would like to give some recognition and honor them for their service. Let me begin with Commissioner Lynn Ellens. And Commissioner Ellens, you can stay in your chair. Commissioner Lynn Ellens first joined Doña Ana County in August of 2006 as the supervisor of the Bureau of Elections. In 2008, he was elected as county clerk and served through 2016 in that role. He returned to the clerk's office as a chief deputy clerk in 2018, and he soon returned as an elected commissioner in District 1 in 2019, chairing the board for the first 2 years of his tenure. After serving as an officer in the United States Navy, Commissioner Ellens has lived in Picacho Hills for the past 20 years and practiced law in New York and Colorado. Prior to his county journey, Commissioner Ellens was legal counsel to the committee of the New York State Senate, a member of the University of Colorado Board of Regents, and served as Deputy Secretary of State in Colorado. Proud of his collegiality, Commissioner Ellens ran focused issued campaigns throughout his career. Among his accomplishments as county commissioner are supporting noise limits on short-term rental properties, facilitating assistance to businesses and renters during the pandemic, attracting and retaining volunteer and full-time county firefighters, supporting the investment of millions in road repairs, and again, also critical in the opening of the Crisis Triage Center. Commissioner Ellens garnered national attention in 2013 when he issued more than 900 marriage certificates to same-sex couples challenging state law. Soon after, several other county clerks began issuing licenses. 4 months later, same-sex marriage became legally recognized here in New Mexico. Board of County Commissioners Chair Manny Sanchez said that from Ellens' time as clerk, he admired him and his courage to show Doña Ana County's inclusiveness by being among the first to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples. While many people recognize him for that point, Commissioner Sanchez also appreciates his sharp wit, which could cut straight through to the point he was trying to make or could make you laugh. He was also someone that I could learn from while he was chairman of the Board of County Commissioners and Commissioner Sanchez was vice chair. He was a steady hand, unflappable, and someone that you could count on to have a good perspective on all things from the agenda item to any current event, Commissioner Sanchez said. Ladies and gentlemen, on a personal level, Commissioner Ellens has been a well of wisdom, someone very easy to talk to, someone who has shared so many experiences in life and politically. He was always invaluable to have discussions and seek guidance from. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the commission in wishing Commissioner Ellens well in his retirement, a potentially smooth transition back to Colorado where he will join his family. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Lynn Ellens. This is a specially designed plate for the commissioner because in his prior service, I believe he was already given one of the other platters. So we didn't want to do a repeat for such a special individual. So Commissioner Ellens, County Commissioner, District 1, in recognition of your outstanding service and dedication to the residents of Doña Ana County from the 1st of January of 2019, and as you leave us on the 31st of December of 2022. Again, congratulations to you. Yes, let's move down. Or you can move down. Over. You can move down. I'll take it to you. We'll proceed with our outgoing county assessor, Leticia Duarte Benavides. Assessor Duarte Benavides was born and raised in the Mesilla Valley. Doña Ana County Assessor Leticia Benavides first joined us as a housing management officer in June of 1983. In 1986, she became an administrative assistant, and in 1987, she was promoted to housing supervisor, and in 1994 was promoted to housing coordinator. In 2000, she took on the role of grants administrator, and in 2002, she transferred to the Water Utilities Department. She returned to general services in 2003 and retired from that role as a county employee in 2008. When she was elected to serve as commissioner for District 5, she served as a commissioner for 2 four-year terms through 2016 and chaired the board for a term. In 2010, she testified in the Doña Ana County Wilderness Field hearing advocating for the enactment of Senate Bill 1689, the Oregon Mountains Desert Peak Wilderness Act. Protecting our mountains has been a community-supported effort for many years, she said. She told of several memories with her family in the Oregon Mountains over Baylor Pass and the Sandia Mountains. She advocated for federal protections of the Oregon, Robledo, Doña Ana, Portillo, and Sierra de las Uvas mountains along with Broad Canyon. Committed to public service, she was elected as county assessor in 2018 and ran a campaign focused on enhancing the assessor's office professionalism, giving staff an opportunity to do their work, providing more training and transparency. Her goal was to treat residents with dignity and respect and explain to them how the assessment of their properties was completed while reminding everyone that they have a right to protest the assessment. She is now retiring from that role at the end of December with more than 35 years dedicated to public service in various roles. We want to thank Assessor Duarte Benavides for her service. Please join the commission in a special recognition of this elected official. So we have one of our traditional platters, but the company that puts the seal on it, and they have a special process, weren't able to complete it. So we're going to hand it to you for a photograph, and we're going to take it right back so we can finally get it engraved, okay? And then we'll return it to you. All right. Congratulations. And our last recognition by the commission for today's meeting is for another retiring elected official, probate judge Diana Bustamante Bon. I'm sorry. Dr. Bon. Doña Ana County probate judge, and this is the way I've known you for 40 years. Diana Bustamante was first elected in November 2014 and joined Doña Ana County in January of 2015. She was re-elected in 2018 and will serve through the end of this year. As probate judge, Dr. Bustamante is the judicial officer in charge of overseeing all aspects of probate of the estates of deceased persons, including wills and testaments in Doña Ana County. She also provides information and helps families understand the probate process and how to plan proactively. Since 1997, Dr. Bustamante has served as the executive director of the Doña Ana County Colonias Development Council, a nonprofit created to promote grassroots organizing in Colonia-designated communities. Dr. Bustamante pledged to bring her strong background in community-based teaching to the job of probate judge. Our court needs a commitment to quality probate services that cuts across all demographic and linguistic groups, the ability to educate, and a commitment to community outreach is the key to effectively provide services in the position of probate judge. A licensed insurance agent in New Mexico, she holds a PhD in sociology from the University of California, Riverside, a BA and master's from Arizona State University, and is a former professor of sociology at New Mexico State University. Probate judge Bustamante is bilingual. No one can be any more bilingual than she. And she conducts the business of her office in both English and Spanish. As she has served 2 terms, she's ineligible for re-election in this role. Please join the County Commission in recognizing an exceptional individual and an exceptional public official, probate judge Diana Bustamante. So again, the challenge with a seal. So we're going to give it to you and then take it back, but we will return it to you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. That completes the recognitions for today.
Okay, now we're moving on to public input. There are members of the public that are here to provide public input. We welcome them up to the podium. When they're done speaking, we ask that they fill out the book on the left on the table for the record. They'll be given 3 minutes to speak. If you're here to speak on an agenda item, we ask that you wait until that agenda item is up for discussion. So I'll go ahead and open it up for members of the public who are here for public input. Good morning, Mr. Montgomery.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric Montgomery. I'm the Regional Director for Governmental Affairs for El Paso Electric. I am here today. Unfortunately, this is the last meeting of the year, so I'm trying to give as much notice to our elected officials to partner with you to get the word out on some news happening out of El Paso Electric. We have done an assessment, and since the pandemic and since reopening of our payment centers across our territory, Texas and New Mexico, we've seen a drastic decrease in foot traffic actually coming into those centers, and a more drastic increase in wait times and interest in chats and phone calls to our call center. So we are retooling our payment center staff to service those needs, which means that we will be closing down our in-person payment centers. That affects 2 locations in Doña Ana County. We have one in Las Cruces, one within the city of Anthony. Both of those locations are scheduled to close at the end of January, so we do have some time to address for those customers that make payments in person. We are not closing down options to pay, so customers that pay through their banks or pay through the mail or go online and make payments through apps, all of those exist. They can still call into the call center, make payments that way. And in fact, for many years now, we've had partnerships with an organization called Check Free and Western Union that provide us with in-person payment options across the county. There's over 40 in Doña Ana County alone, scattered through Hatch and Radium Springs, Las Cruces, Mesilla, down in Anthony, Sunland Park. So we have locations across there, and we have them in Northeast El Paso for our residents out in Chaparral. In fact, if we look at the west side of El Paso and we look at Northeast El Paso, it adds about another 40 geographic locations where people can make payments in person. I will be following up this conversation with each of you individually with information both in Spanish and English, as well as individual addresses scattered throughout your district of locations where customers can come and make that payment in person if that is what they would prefer. Between now and January 31st, I would encourage, if any of your constituents express concerns or questions, please let us know. We'd be happy to track those down. And of course, if they have any questions and would like to talk to people now, again, the payment centers are still open until the end of January, and those staff are there to help our customers make adjustments in this time period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Allens?
question for him.
Sure, please.
I didn't quite understand it. You're closing down the payment center in downtown Las Cruces, but you're providing different personal payment options at different locations elsewhere. Did I understand that correctly?
So that's partially correct. We have physical office space downtown Las Cruces and in Anthony. Those two locations will close for receipt of payment at those locations, but we have other locations like Dollar General's, Family Dollar, CVS, Walgreens, and there's another of other private business entities where customers can go in and make payments.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want somebody showing up at my house to make a payment.
Certainly, I understand. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Just curious, and I have Mr. Montgomery, I'll take the opportunity. How many payment centers are being closed in El Paso?
2. So there's one, actually 3. There's one in Fabens, one in Van Horn, which isn't, it's like a quasi payment center. It's more of like a drop box for payments. And then we have one in downtown El Paso as well. So all payment centers will be closed.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Certainly.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Prado.
I have a question, Mr. Montgomery. You're stating that the payment center downtown will be closed, but will the customer portion of it still be open, or are you going to close the office in its entirety?
So I guess I'm not sure what you mean by the customer portion.
Well, I remember years ago, I've not been there recently, but a person can go in and not, if they're having an issue not only with their bill, but if they're having an issue with their meter, or if they need some guidance regarding that, will that portion of your customer service be available to our constituents and our community?
We will still have access to our customer care team through online services, through the phones, which is where customers have actually gone and increased. We have longer wait times because we are getting more and more demand for that type of service and less demand for the in-person type of service. Regarding other in-person interactions, if it's a issue with servicing or things of that nature, it would be essentially a different department. This is an ongoing conversation. I'd be happy to bring in some of our people from our customer care team to address specifically how they will answer questions in the future, and get those people in front of you, because they're going to have more of that experience with the customer, be able to tailor the answer to that question. I can't dive into the very specifics because this is kind of an evolving thing, and we wanted to just get the notice out there, understand that there's concerns, collect those concerns, and be able to respond back to that before the payment centers close.
I would appreciate that, because immediately what comes to mind are the older generation that are not English speaking that would go down to the center to be helped. And maybe they don't have anyone in their neighborhood or children that can help them. So they'll be calling other people that aren't able to help them.
The other thing
Such as maybe the commissioners or the city council or the city manager, and there would be no one available downtown to help them, because that's been a building that's been a landmark for El Paso Electric for years. Now, I'm not arguing with you in that regard, but I just like for you to keep that in mind.
Certainly, and that is a pulse that we are having in conversations of how we are serving diverse populations, both those that speak Spanish and are reliant upon that type of communication, those that are more reliant on personal interactions and less reliant on technological interactions. We are having conversations with not just elected officials, but community partners to help get the word out for any of their constituents, and how do we better partner in helping to make an adjustment for all of our customers and constituents. I know that Doña Ana County has some billing operations as well, and there may be an opportunity for us to partner and talk more about how, in case questions come in through those departments, how do we provide information and help with that as well. So the point of this comment and discussion is to open the conversation. Again, I will be following up with each of you individually to talk through individual issues within your district, and let's start that as our communication point, and talk about new ways that we can communicate with constituents and get the word out on how to make this an easy transition for them.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you.
Apologize. I know that was, I think we just wanted to make sure we had a little more information, and so I apologize.
No, I understood. It's not an agenda item, and I figured there would be questions. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds? And if you had your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. May I request that we have another discussion and presentation by El Paso Electric on this, the first meeting in January, please?
Or when we think that, or when you think we might be able to have a presentation, or that one of the meetings in January, preferably before we close, or you move forward with closing the
I think the first one's January the 10th.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'd be happy to work with either the chair or county manager, Macias, on getting that scheduled for that first meeting in January, and get those customer care individuals in front of you.
Okay.
Certainly. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the reason I asked for that meeting is because the justification for doing this is counterintuitive, and I'd like to understand more. As there's a Commissioner Chaparro made some very good points, as did all of us, and so I think we need more discussion.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Next, sir, would you like to come on up? Good morning.
Good morning, Mark Veith from the county. Wearing this shirt, I will wear this shirt to every meeting that I come to as a reminder to let you know that there are 14,500 veterans in this county. As veterans go, they vote 70% conservative. So the oath of office, in over 38 years, I took this at least 5 times. I, Mark Veith, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. 2% of the population of the nation was the minimum amount in the Revolutionary War. The secular tyranny that keeps going on in this country, the Disrespect for Marriage Act that has nothing to do with federal government. Marriage should be a state thing, not a federal thing, issue, violates First Amendment rights. First Amendment rights, freedom of a religion, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to protest, and freedom to assemble. It violates the First Amendment right of freedom of a religion because in our religion it says one man and one woman. Thank you.
Is there additional public input? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Travis Brown. I am the Executive Director and Fair Manager for the Southern New Mexico State Fair and Rodeo. And I'm here just to once again update you on this year's event and things that we have coming for 2023. First off, as I've done the last several years, I need to compliment County Manager Macias and his team, Assistant Manager Jonathan Macias, for all of their support in helping us work through the system and put on a fantastic event. I'm not sure if the commission recognizes the number of departments and individuals within your organization that are critical to our success. So just to identify a few of them, the Facilities Department Director Andy Segovia, as well as Ray Ramirez, who oversees the grounds at the Doña Ana County Fairgrounds, are tremendous to work with us. We have Sheriff Stewart. DASO now has been our law enforcement partner for multiple years. Office of Emergency Management, County Clerk, Dr. Lopez Askin, and her staff coming out and ensuring that everyone has a proper permit. Fire Chief Cherry and his staff providing EMS and medical support. Your IT department this year actually stepped in and got very involved in trying to help us resolve some of the significant connectivity issues at the grounds, which was made an amazing difference. I was very pleased when suddenly Verizon started answering and listening a little closer when it was the county IT department asking some of the questions and when it was perhaps just us as a small nonprofit. The codes and animal control, vector control, community development, Office of Emergency Management, and Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. I know they are not technically part of the county organization, but you do have some involvement and oversight. So that is what it takes for us to put on the type of event that this community expects. I'm proud to report this year was another stellar year for us, potentially the best attendance that we've had, certainly the best attendance that we have record of in the last 12 years. Our estimated attendance for this year was 45,477, which is up about 13% from last year. We're very proud of the fact that we continue to support many of the youth in the community. We allowed free attendance for over 1,500 school-age children this year. We raised over $700,000 in our livestock auction that goes back to those youth exhibitors and supporters, and gave approximately $25,000 in scholarships. So we're looking forward to next year, and thank you for your continued support.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, may I ask a question? I know this is the kind of thing to you. This is the kind of thing I'd like to have on the agenda so we can actually have a discussion about what we're doing at the rodeo or fairgrounds. And so could we either have him come back and do a presentation, or can I ask him a couple of questions now?
I think we can probably ask him to give Mr. Brown more time and probably highlight some of the more things that they've done at the county fair, or if you don't mind.
No, thank you. You want to bring him back
for
later then?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would prefer. I mean, Mr. Macias, do you have any objection to doing that here at the beginning of the year?
Not at all, because I think one of the individuals that, well, we should be thanking some of the legislators who provided substantial revenue that the county is using to make many improvements at the fairgrounds.
Yes. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, I'm obviously on behalf of the board, I would very willingly and greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide a presentation if you are interested in doing so.
Absolutely. I know usually you come in and give us the update in 3 minutes and squeeze it in, so I agree. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'd also like to have a conversation with you before that as well.
Okay, that would
Contact me.
that would be fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Additional public input?
Good morning. My name is Mary Joy. I live at 5275 North Valley Drive. I've been there for almost 40 years. I am speaking today to voice my objection to your approval of 3 lots just north of me, where you are allowing cannabis to be grown and farmed. These lots, owned by Patrick Tingen, Tingen Industries, and Jeremiah Tingen, are in the midst of a residential area. They are right on the same road or in the middle of Silver Creek Estates. They are within a 1/4 mile of Saddle Creek Estates, across the road from Gray Fox subdivision, and a 1/4 mile from a nursing home right there on Thorpe Road. Your ordinance states this amendment is in the public interest and is necessary to improve the overall public health, safety, and general welfare of its residents by regulating cannabis. These 3 permits do not in any way improve the safety, overall health, and general welfare of more than 200+ residents living in close proximity to these 3 lots. The 3 owners falsified their applications by stating that they have grown chili on the property in the year previous to their application. This is absolutely false. The permits should be revoked by you for that reason alone. As county commissioners, you have placed the desire of 2 individuals in the family, Tingen family, above the welfare of all 200+ residents and voters who live within a 1/4 mile from these lots. As productive citizens in this county, we will do everything legally possible to prevent this business from continuing forward. What we will do is nothing short of what those of you sitting at this table in front of me would do if this cannabis farm was being established next door to you or right there in your neighborhood. As commissioners, you say you have our interest at the forefront. Your words are meaningless unless there is action behind them. All of you sitting at this table work for me and every other citizen in this county. You have an obligation and the ability to regulate this cannabis industry in order to improve the public health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public input?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Simmons, resident of the county. I don't really have a call of action today, but more of a placement of reflection. When I look back on our nation over the last 60 years, it seems like we had the flower children, we had now our current time and where we're heading. What I see, like when I read through the Bible, is I see decadence come into the nation, and then I see perversion come into the nation, then I see bondage and slavery. 60s, 70s seems like they were a year of decadence. Currently, we seem to be in an era of perversions, and we glorify them and we force them upon the public. We also seem like we're heading into a state of bondage. We have massive financial issues. We've got all the max and vast mandates. We have people that have lost their jobs because they didn't want to do something that was against their will. Religious exemptions were overrode. Throughout our nation, these things have occurred. And so we're coming into Christmas, and we have a time of reflection to see where are we going, where are we heading as a nation. Some of you will be, again, commissioners in the coming year. And so what do we want to see as a county of Diana? What do we want to see as righteousness and virtue among our citizens? Currently, we seem to be doing abortion, slaughtering babies. Is that not the same as the Israelis passing their children through the fires for Baal? We have the school boards doing grooming, apparently, of kids because you have the separation of the children from the parents. You have the statement of secrets from the parents. All these stuff, when you go through the child protection things for youth organizations, is sexual grooming of children. And it seems to be in our public schools at this position. How do we ask for the blessings of God going into Christmas time when these things are among us? And I don't have a good answer for it. We have slavery and bondage. She's saying we have mass marijuana issues. We're putting grows all over this valley. You go by and suddenly you see a fence, razor wire, whatever going on all through this place. Why do we have such massive amounts of fentanyl? The nation is under siege by something, and it's not always physical. I think we're fighting a spiritual battle at this time. And so, yeah, we're coming into Christmas, a time of reflection, and where do we want to go in the coming year? And with that, I appreciate your time and listening to me on this fine day, and thank you all.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carol Swickard. I live in Saddle Creek Estates 2, which is North Valley, right next to Thorpe, very close to the position that was just presented to the speaker before. I've never been here, never done this before, but it's apparent that you're very, very busy on an enormous amount of complex issues. But marijuana is going to be another one. It's going to be one that, because the state totally abdicated their duties to set the marijuana industry up with rules and regulations and laws that benefited the state with more than just taxes, that the job now falls to you. We have to learn from the states that came before us. They started off not knowing anything. They've learned. We need to learn too. The 3 lots on North Valley are in an inappropriate place because of an assumption that marijuana is just a crop. We've grown up and we've lived next to cotton, pecans, cabbage, onions, chili. Not all of it's pleasant when they're harvesting cabbage and onions. But it's not marijuana. Marijuana is not your average crop. It needs to be handled differently. It's not going to fit in these neighborhoods. It's not going to fit as your neighbor. Have you seen these 3 lots? A large 6-foot fence, doubled. Plans for greenhouses. What's going to be their lighting? Is the lighting going to be on all day? What's going to be their venting? What's going to happen when they vent? It's not the same crop. It needs to be handled as an industry. It can't just be handled as your neighborhood crop. We're asking for help. We're asking for help from you because as neighbors, as a neighborhood, there might be 200 of us, but that's not a real big group to fight this. Because trust me, watch this kind of thing in the other states, the people who are coming in here and asking you for this field and this shop and that shop, they know what they're doing. It's time we have to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other public input? All righty, we'll move on to staff input.
Mr. Chairman, we have no staff input at this.
Okay, sorry, please.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Butler, and this is, I've lost count how many times I've come up and tried to, in our 3 minutes, to fight for our property rights and fight for our neighbors so that our property values, our market value of our home is protected. It's already been affected. We have come up repeatedly, excuse me, and asked you to put us on your agenda, which you have denied. Multiple times we have come up and spoken with you, heartfelt, and given you facts of this case. And the only question that you've had for us, Commissioner Ellens, was whether or not we were going to sue you. That is so totally inappropriate. You allowed things to happen down in Chaparral, which is in another district, Commissioner Reynolds. We've asked you, we have met with you directly. We have met with Christina Ainsworth. We have tried to meet with members of the Planning and Zoning. When we met with Christina Ainsworth, she told us that the original recommendation for this statute included a half-mile buffer between these cannabis commercial, that's the key, commercial cannabis grows. Her recommendation from her office was a half-mile buffer. When that went to Planning and Zoning, the recommendation that came out of Planning and Zoning was 300 feet. They reduced it. So somewhere between Planning and Zoning and you all and what you signed into statute, you removed 100% of the protections for the residential homeowners in that area. When we first brought this to your attention later that afternoon, he showed up in a car along with several other people, and we learned that he was very upset. Your county manager was very upset that this man had gone forward and put up fences, laid cement, all of this stuff without pulling permits. Without pulling permits. Shortly after that, with our arguing, we finally got the razor wire taken down. Okay? What Mr. Tingen told me several days ago was because we were costing him money. He's replacing that razor wire by using yucca and cactus around his facility. And I knew where it was going, and I said, okay, why are you doing that? And he said to slow down, and I quote, to slow down the people trying to climb over that fence to steal his crop. He knows what's coming to our area. He knows what's coming to our neighborhood. We know, because we have common sense, what's coming to our area. When are you guys going to get a clue as to what's coming to our area? We have the right to self-protect our property rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Macias, you had noted there's no staff input this
That's
time?
correct,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, county elected officials input?
Buenos días y gracias por el reconocimiento por mis 8 años. Thank you and good morning. Just like a summary of all the things that we've done in the office, I want to thank the clerk's office, yes, the assessor's office, especially HR, for all of the support that they've given the probate court. But I also want to recognize Norma Roberts, who has been with the court for 5 years, and she's been really good. She's completely bilingual also. And I think it's a very important part of that position to be able to work with half of the population that don't speak English. But anyway, in the last few years, with the exception of the pandemic, of course, I was seeing over 600 people face to face. And of course, with a pandemic, we had to revert to the phone consultations. And according to my numbers, I've talked to over 800 people in the last few years, the last 3 years now, because of the pandemic. So we haven't seen people face to face. But altogether, I've processed almost 2,600 cases. And just so you know that Doña Ana County hovers between having the second and the third largest or the highest volume of probate cases in the state. So something, for you all to keep in mind. Also that there has been a move, and just so that you're aware and that you have some say-so, to do away with the probate court. And I think that's important for you all to understand that this is a very important service to the customers in Doña Ana County, and just to be aware of any kind of movement toward that. But anyway, so thank you, and I will try to make this as a smooth transition as possible with the judge-elect.
So thank you, and thank you so much for your service to the residents of our county. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Diana, for your service. And I think you and I had this discussion 2 years ago about the state AOC planning to try to remove all the magistrate judges, especially the ones in the remote counties, and then bring that service back into the magistrate court. And I agree with you that there's a threat throughout the whole state for the position that you hold. And so I'm going to continue to do what I can.
Thank you. Okay. Bueno, gracias. Adiós.
Commissioner
If I
Chaparro?
may.
Apologies.
Perdón.
Judge,
Mande.
I just wanted to thank you, and I have seen during the time that you've been a probate judge, a reduction in cases going to the district court on probate because I think they're handled very fairly in your office. I think you've done an exceptional job, and it's a great service to our constituents. So many thanks from this commission, and many thanks from the people that call me, and I give them your number. You've been very helpful, so I really appreciate you and your staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, all of you. Bye.
My apologies for not calling you judge. We get together so often away from here, I forgot to call you judge.
Okay, it's okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Other county elected official input? Dr. Eskin?
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commission. I wanted to, first of all, extend my best wishes to the outgoing electeds, which would be Dr. Judge Diana Bustamante. We have worked, I think, as a great team, and we appreciate her, as well as Norma, and making sure all of our customers are taken care of. I also wanted to send my best wishes to Assessor Benavides as well. I wanted to take a moment, though, to extend thank yous, well wishes, anything warm we could to Commissioner Ellens. He was the clerk for many years and really created some infrastructure to allow the clerks after him to continue to be pro-voter and pro-New Mexicans. And even though he was called a rogue clerk in 2013, I remember that time very specifically. Several days before you decided to start issuing same-sex marriage licenses. A very good friend of mine who'd been with her partner for 31 years, one of them had been diagnosed with cancer. And I will never forget the grief in her face as she was telling me that it was such a burden to not be in any way legally connected to her partner. And I don't think it was a coincidence that several days later, you made a very and I'm sure you don't think of it as brave. You thought of it as logical, and it was reflective of what the law was. And as an attorney, you made that decision. But for so many people in our community, it made us better. It made us more fair. It embraced all New Mexicans, and I greatly appreciate that. The ripple effects are felt to this day, and we are definitely
known for that, and I take pride in that, regardless of, what others may think. I know that you did a service to that couple, and I will tell you that shortly, several months after that, they were able to get married, and one did pass away, but she was very grateful to be legally married to the person she loved the entirety of her life. So thank you. I also know that at that time, Commissioner Garrett made a comment that I'll never forget, and he said, "I don't remember anyone voting on whether I could get married or not." So that sticks with me. So thank you, Commissioner Ellens, from my office, who deeply care about you and appreciate you, and we wish you well. And Godspeed. I would also like to highlight what the clerk's office is working on. We did have our recount last Monday for the District 32 race. We only had 2 precincts. Luna County covered the majority of the recount, as well as a little bit of Hidalgo. And of course, with no surprise, there was no change and not even 1 vote with the hand count. So that was completed, and thank you to the staff and election officials that again came in to do that. I also want to let you know that we were really, really, and I'm not going to say lucky because we worked hard for it, in this past year legislative session. I was able to secure $1.7 million for a new warehouse in Doña Ana County. And it's something that that's greatly needed, that will be brighter, better, I think, for all of our community as elections become more and more high profile and more individuals expect to be in our warehouse watching the process, which we have no issue with. So we will be shoring up, hopefully, the remainder of that amount this coming session, and I would appreciate each of your support in doing that with our legislators. I also want to introduce to you, you may remember when I was here several weeks ago, I advised you all that Lindsay Bachman had moved on, and she will still be working in elections, so we'll be working with her. But I was very pleased that Caroline Zamora, who I'm going to point out there, had accepted the position of Chief Deputy County Clerk. An appointee is somebody that you really have to trust. They literally act in your stead when you are not available or not present. So to say that I am thrilled that I was able to secure such a professional, organized, and really well thought of person in our community is an understatement. And I would like for everyone in Doña Ana County, if they see her, to extend a warm welcome, as I know that they will. So welcome to Caroline. She don't want to speak today necessarily, but I told her she'd be here often enough. And so with that, I wish you all happy holidays and, a great new year. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Askin, and welcome, Deputy Clerk Zamora. Welcome to the Doña Ana County team. Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something that I think Clerk Askin didn't talk about that I think is very important is we were actually requested to, I think it was at the audit 44 precincts. Is that what it's called? Yeah, our county was requested and required by the Secretary of State to actually audit 44 precincts, which is, I think, more than any other county in the state. The good news is everything came out perfectly. Now, the process of the audit, which she can explain much better than I, is that they actually go through each one of the ballots and compare them to what the machine count was. So they look at the votes, they see whether the actual ballots match what the machines counted. So all of this, people standing up and for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever they did, and telling us that we had a problem with the machines, it wasn't borne out with the investigation and the auditing that we did in this county. So for that, I want to again congratulate and thank all the people who participated in making these elections here in Doña Ana County both fair, honest, and free. And I think it's important to recognize the quality of work that our staff does, including the clerk and before the deputy clerk, Lindsay, before she left, and your team. And we thank you so very much for protecting the rights of every citizen of this county to be able to vote for what they want. So thank you. And welcome, Caroline. We really appreciate you being here and joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. All right, any other county elected official input? Sheriff Stewart, I don't know if you wanted, okay, great. All right, we'll move on to commission input. Is there any
Mr. Chairman.
commission input? Commissioner Allens.
I want to thank County Manager Matisse and County Clerk Higgins for the kind words said today. It's been a good ride. 15 years serving the people of this county, and I hope that for the most part I've made a positive change and difference in their lives. I've certainly tried to. My job as commissioner has certainly been much easier because of the dedicated staff that we have from the county manager down. It's really a fortunate thing that we have the quality people that we have working in this county, whether you're a department head or a new hire as a document technician. These meetings have been instructional, sometimes entertaining, especially when we're serenaded by tales of dictated Venezuelan dictators who hacked into our voting machines. That was a never-ending stream of consciousness that we had to go through for about 6 or 8 months, and I think the county clerk responded appropriately to these outrageous claims. Be that as it may, I'm pleased to have served the people of this county, and I wish the new commission the very best. And thank you. It's been great.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens, and thank you for your service to North Nanny County, and it's been a pleasure.
And thank you for your kind words that Mr. Macias repeated earlier.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Chaparro, I missed you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Lynn, I just want to wish you the best of luck. You've always been very honest and very direct and have given me very good advice, and not only me, but the other commissioners. Thank you for making my time on this commission something to be proud of. And I really will miss seeing you across the table as we study our agendas. And I'll never forget one of the first things you told me: if you feel you have to bring something up, just do it. So I always remember that at every meeting. Thank you.
I learned a long time ago that even if it's your very first meeting and you think something's wrong, you need to talk about it. I learned that a long time ago. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't, and that was a lesson I've carried with me since then.
I'll keep that lesson in my heart.
Thank you.
Any other commission? Question, Murillo?
I've learned a lot from Commissioner Allens through these 2 years, and I want to thank you for assisting us and guiding us in some of the issues that have gone here in the county. And this year we shared a pain together, same day, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Commissioner Ellens, you have you've left an indelible mark on this county, and it's a good mark. I mean, the things you've done, when you've done as a clerk, as a county commissioner, there are things that are going to last for years and not be changed by anybody. The policies we've voted on, some of the policies you and I have shared and written together, you know, are going to be around for a while. And I have always enjoyed working with you to figure out how to make the policies and the ordinances and the laws that we make here as fair and as complete as possible. And that's something that you've always brought to the table in every situation, is an insight that draws everyone into a different direction and makes them see things in a different way. And that's something that's rare. And so thank you for that. Thank you for being who you are. thank you for serving this community for so long, and we absolutely wish you the best, and I think you're going to really like Colorado.
Thank you, Shannon, even though from time to time we have differed.
Of course.
And thank you. And Commissioner Allens, like I said, I know as Mr. Macias had said, it's been a learning experience to be able to watch you as chair while I was vice chair, serve alongside some of the other boards, whether it be the South Central Solid Waste Authority or the Animal Service Center. I've always appreciated your perspective, and being this is the first time as a public servant, it was good to be able to draw on that, and I truly am honored to have, I think we look at these last 4 years, and especially the last 2, having served through a pandemic, floods. I mean, you go on with what we've had to work through, and it's been an honor to serve with you through this and along with the other commissioners, but I wish you the best of luck. And like I know I mentioned before the microphones were on, I know moving back to Colorado, having been a former regent of the University of Colorado, hopefully Coach Deion Sanders will be bringing the Buffalo back to into contention in the top 25. So I wish you the best of luck in Colorado and enjoy your football.
Thank you. Go Buffs.
Okay, so we'll move on now to our agenda item. Number 1, 2 special meeting minutes for November 18th, 2022, and the regular BOCC meeting for November 22nd, 2022. Are there any comments or additions, changes to the minutes of those meetings? Not hearing or seeing any. If I can get a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Allens,
Second.
seconded by Vice Chair Murillo. Are there any comments, public input on the meeting minutes? Okay. Amanda, will you call roll on agenda item number 1?
Commissioner Allens,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
I abstain on the minutes for November 18th. I was not present at the meeting, and approve the minutes for November 22nd.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, those minutes are approved. All right, moving on to item number 2, which is a presentation on curbside collection study. Ms. Christina Ainsworth. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a presentation that will be conducted by Jacobs Engineering. Jordan Norris and Molly Patterson are on WebEx to conduct the presentation. The county contracted with them to conduct this study, which is essentially to investigate the desire for curbside collection and potential feasibility of having a service provided by the county. So with that, I will turn it over. Jordan, Molly, please let me know when you would like me to advance the slide.
Thank you. So as explained, we're with Jacobs Engineering Group. My name is Molly Patterson. This is Jordan Norris. Thank you for having us here today to give our presentation. So we have conducted a study for Doña County on curbside collection feasibility. Next slide, please. So this is our brief agenda, and this takes you through the steps that we conducted very quickly to complete this study for you all. We conducted a task about data collecting and reporting, where we conducted stakeholder interviews with a number of you. We looked at the curbside garbage collection rates, and we surveyed small communities, and we performed a review of the Sutherland Park franchise agreement. And then we conducted an online survey, and we have tallied those results as well. After we completed the data collection and reporting, we went into option evaluation, including evaluation criteria development, where we'll review the options that we evaluated and the options of cost ranges, and then the cost by scenario. And Jordan will complete this presentation with our conclusions and recommendations. Next slide, please. So I managed to interview a number of folks that I believe are in the room. Unfortunately, we could not be there today. I am up in Durango, Colorado, and as you can see by my background, it is rather snowy here today, and our schools are closed. So I was able to interview virtually Patrick Peck of the South County Solid Waste Authority and Rafael Leos, also his deputy. Brent Westmoreland from the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, and Mario Juarez Infante from the city of Anthony. Next slide, please. The main takeaways that we were able to document out of these interviews was that all interviewees believed there was a need for mandatory curbside collection and that cost was going to be a major concern. Other critical factors that we identified included the cart size, frequency of pickup, and availability of bulky item pickup. Weekly trash pickup with options for recycling and organics were strongly recommended by nearly all of our interviewees. Some of the roadblocks that may be encountered by implementing a mandatory curbside collection program included HOAs with existing service, ensuring the collection model fits the rural community, and understanding that this is a substantial change from long-established practices. Recently, Sunland Park and Anthony had both passed initiatives along the same vein as this, and they had positive feedback received. And with that, I will turn it over to Jordan.
Okay, thank you, Molly. And Christina, you're right on point. All right. So we did a curbside collection rate survey of some of the communities in the region, specifically Sunland Park, San Miguel County, Rio Arriba County, and then Las Cruces. And this is essentially a summary of what we found. We didn't necessarily have specific questions that we were asking because it was mostly internet-based research, and we were essentially trying to find information based on information about these communities and their waste collection practices. And so we did have, things that we were looking for specifically, but not necessarily, questions. But you'll see on the left-hand side, we do have, kind of research targets, and we did find that in all four of these communities, that they did have curbside collection service. They all did garbage or MSW, which stands for Municipal Solid Waste Collection. We found a range of companies and organizations that actually do the collection, the SWA and CSWA, Waste Management or Waste Connections, and then the City of Las Cruces. And then in some cases, we did find that recycling was offered. There were a couple of communities that also had organics as an option. Typically, we found weekly collection. The rates range somewhere between $15 and $20 a month for a 96-gallon service, which is your typical larger residential bin. And then the billing was a little different based on where we looked. There wasn't really a consensus on that. And the service populations, ranged from 5,800 people to 270,000 residential homes. And I did neglect to mention that actually we did look at Bernalillo County as well. We wanted to look at 5 communities, and so we knew that Bernalillo County would have a lot of information for us to take a look at, although it might not represent some of the more rural areas in Doña Ana County. Can we go to the next slide, please, Christina? All right, so as Molly mentioned, we did put out an online survey. We had 77 respondents out of about 1,000 surveys put out. And so we had five questions, and one question did have a quick follow-up. And so essentially we asked, would people be interested in curbside service? And for the most part, the average answer was positive. A majority of the respondents said that they already do have curbside collection service. We're thinking that a lot of those folks may have already been in an HOA that has services part of their association. And then we also there was kind of again, we didn't have a consensus on collection. We had a number of people who said weekly would be great, a number of people who said bi-weekly would be good. But we did have a majority of people, maybe not the vast majority, but a majority that said, twice weekly service would be good. Although it would cost a little extra. 65% of respondents said that they do believe that there's a need for changes to the way waste is handled in the city of Santa Teresa, which is where the survey was released. And then just over a majority of the people who responded said that they do view illegal dumping and trash burning as an issue in the area. So next slide, please. So with all of the information that we gathered, Jacobs took this and we developed 4 options. Option 1, which is on the top left corner there, you'll see weekly mandatory. This represents the most common type of service provided in the county. For example, in Las Cruces and Sunland Park, it includes a fully automated truck that goes around and picks up a 96-gallon can on a weekly basis. And then it has a monthly grappler service for your large items or for leaving things out on the curb. And then has an option for every other week recycling. Option 2 is essentially the same as option 1, except it's not mandatory. It's an optional subscription service that people can sign up for. And then option 3, again, is the same as option 1, except that the service would be provided every other week. And the cans, your garbage cans would be provided by the residents and not by the company providing the service. Collection would be manual, i.e., or in other words, residents would put the cans out on the curb and they would be collected by picking them up and throwing them into the back of a car or in the back of a truck rather than the little grappler arm that picks them up. And then option 4 again is the same as option 3, except that it's again an optional subscription service. In all options, we assume the billing would be conducted by the contractor, whoever that would be, and then we also assumed that service would be procured using a proposal process. Okay, next slide, please. So we looked at the costs, and we looked at, so the cost is typically going to be less than your rate. Your service provider is obviously going to want, they are going to need to take a profit. There are other fees and taxes that can be included in a rate that might not be necessarily included in the cost. And so these are the, not the cost ranges, but the rate ranges that we determined would be most likely in these cases for these options. And so as you can see here, option 1 is somewhere between $20 and $24, which is pretty consistent with what we found throughout the county and what we found in our survey of other communities is the $20 to $24 rate range would be pretty consistent. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Then the other thing that we evaluated was kind of the rate model, but based on some scenarios. So if you were to take, for example, the city of Santa Teresa and include it in as part of a larger operation where you could take advantage of some efficiencies and maybe the company's using an existing truck and they already have existing customer service personnel. You can see a lower rate versus if it's just a single option or a subscription service. And then we also looked at, once again, we looked at manual collection and every other week service, because previously the other options included weekly service. So if you did manual collection biweekly, you'd have a rate somewhere around $15. And so that kind of explains the spread, the spread of the rates that we provided you on the previous slides. All right, next slide, please. So then we evaluated the options based on non-monetary criteria to look at, how the options would fit within, a county like Doña Ana. We did discuss the options and the options with county staff prior to use in the evaluation. The options were scored on a scale of 1 to 5, and essentially were assigned a poor, kind of medium or excellent outcome. And the four criteria that we determined would be important to evaluate were: is the initial rate reasonable and comparable to other communities? Is there a likelihood that we could see long-term rate stability? Would the services meet community expectations? And then will the service promote collection worker safety? So obviously we don't want people getting hurt out there. Next slide, please. So these are the results of the evaluation. You can see that in all cases, the weekly mandatory option 1 service was determined to be the best option, with exception of the rate for every other week, or I'm sorry, for the rate for manual collection is a little cheaper, just from a capital cost standpoint for the most part. But as far as safety is concerned, and as far as the service meeting community expectations and having that consistency with what your neighbor has, certainly option 1 stood out in those cases. And then long-term rate stability, kind of a wash either way. It's going to depend a lot on how competitive proposers can be. Okay, next slide, please. So with that, what we found is, based on the cost evaluation and then the non-monetary criteria, option 1 would be preferred. The cost of service would likely be similar to that provided to other residents in the region, and it is likely that option 1 would meet the service expectations of most of the customers in the county. Including waste pickup in Santa Teresa as part of a larger operation should provide the county some additional efficiencies and cost savings. And then if you can find a way to partner with a firm or agency that owns one of the 2 local landfills, that could provide some cost savings as well. What will tend to happen is if a company that does collection does not own a landfill, then they have to go to a landfill that's going to charge them a little more than if the company that owns the landfill is doing the collection. As you might expect, you're not going to charge yourself as much as you're going to charge a competitor, right? So that's where the statement at the end about upcharging is. That's what that's meant to highlight. The county may want to consider implementing a managed competition procurement, where the SCSWA could propose on the service along with other private firms to introduce potential competition. Should the county be interested in managed competition as a procurement model, there are many communities in the U.S. that have implemented such procurements, such as Phoenix, Arizona. And it would once again, it would provide that competition that can provide long-term rate stability and even, likely a better rate in the short term. The county should consider what type of bonding and insurance requirements are going to be needed, and if they want to have new trucks on the road, because again, that'll affect the cost and can affect the cost greatly. And then there is a small hurdle. We do have some HOAs in the Santa Teresa area where garbage collection is already included. If a move to mandatory service was something that the county wanted to move forward with, that hurdle would have to be crossed, whether it's whether the HOAs continue to provide their service or whether they need to be tied into what the rest of the county is doing. And then finally, Jacobs recommends that the county, if the county wants to move forward with this, that they move forward with a pilot study in the city of Santa Teresa first. One of the main responses that we got back is that the communities in Doña Ana County are a little more rural, and your typical West Coast model might not work in Doña Ana County. And so having a pilot study in a community like Santa Teresa would offer the opportunity to learn some things, get some feedback from customers, and dial in what would actually work best for the county. So with that, if you have any questions, we are here.
I'd like to start with the idea that we should open this up for quoting and proposals. Did you do any research on the number of providers that are here in the area? Because I don't see that in there. And I think there's some serious concerns with that, because we just had our two biggest private providers merge into one. And so I don't know where comparing us to Phoenix and those models just doesn't make sense to me, because you're talking an urban area with millions of people in it versus Doña Ana County that has 200,000 and is rural. And so I don't know if that was a part of your evaluation to look at and to understand the type of providers we have here in Doña Ana County and the feasibility of that. So I just want to know if you might be able to address that.
Well, we know that you have, it's El Paso Disposal, but it's a subsidiary of Waste Connections. So we do know that you have at least one large collection company. And then I believe in the report, we did find, I want to say 4 or 5 other smaller companies, at least at the time that we did the research. And so there are some smaller companies that could take on at least the pilot study. To move on to something bigger, you would need a bigger organization, and so you would likely need a bigger organization to handle the logistics of kind of the whole county if you were going to do one organization. So we did look into it. We know that there's a lot of small players in the county. And we do recognize that, as far as your major waste corporations, your Waste Management, Waste Connections, and Republic, we know that Waste Connections is the only one in the area. That is essentially one of the concerns that we have is that we're really trying to identify ways to create competition, because if you were to hand it over to Waste Connections, then these rate assumptions and these rate ranges that we have are probably going to be low, very low. Because if they know that they are the only ones who can do the business, they're going to treat it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. And I think that's exactly my concern, because I know you had indicated that to try to use those that run the landfills, and I think we only have 2 options here in Doña Ana County. The other question was, how did we arrive, and maybe Cristina, you can answer this, how did we arrive at Santa Teresa as a location versus, because I think in the survey it was discussed that illegal dumping, maybe 52% had indicated that there was an issue. I could probably look at Chaparral, Salem, that probably be more indicative of rural service. And I will guarantee you that more than 52% of the residents would say there's an issue with illegal dumping in those neighborhoods or those communities than in Santa Teresa. So how did Santa Teresa get chosen for this?
We did initially look at potentially Chaparral as a community that we would study. We had some initial meetings and there was discussion with the county manager to look at Santa Teresa. And so comparing the two communities, we ultimately decided to go with Santa Teresa, given the, the potential in that area, the different economic opportunities that are there, and just potential to bring more services in that area.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Please.
We certainly looked very closely at Chaparral, and that was the initial area that we were going to go forward. Part of what went into the decision in terms of going forward with Santa Teresa as an alternative to Chaparral was the fact that there was already a certain level of curbside collection. The area was more organized in terms of doing a potential pilot project. We felt that the community would be more accepting of a mandatory curbside pickup, because that's why the county is engaged in this matter. It really takes the commission to be able to impose a mandatory ordinance for curbside collection. This was the first step that we would take in terms of being able to work out the issues that would be associated with curbside pickup that later the commission could use to make a determination as to how and if to expand the operation. Again, it was viewed as solely a pilot project.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I think for the reasons you answered, I would have looked the opposite at Chaparral. I would have looked at Chaparral for that reason, because if we're looking for the shortest putt, I agree. I can understand your point with Santa Teresa might be easier to break in. But I think if we're looking at all the communities across the county, and because of the fact that we are going to, if the commission were to try to impose this or make this mandate, we're going to have to know and learn from communities that we're going to have to struggle in. And because, I mean, I just know, and my fellow commissioners have heard the same thing, which is in the rural areas, and I know this is from my meetings in Rincon, in Garfield, and in Salem, we have a huge issue with people collecting trash, because then they have to drive either to, they're in Garfield, Hatch, or one of the collection areas to dump, and then they don't. And so I think if we want to truly learn from a pilot project, we should be looking at these that have more challenges so that we can learn from them and know what we could encounter in other communities across the county, and how to make it successful. That's my thought. But like I said, I think I'll leave it at that. But I appreciate the input and understanding of why we looked from Chaparral to Santa Teresa.
And certainly, Mr. Chairman, we can certainly expand the pilot. At this point, this is what it constitutes in terms of a potential plan. But again, I do believe that the less resistance we get initially gives us the opportunity to go forward with an actual imposition of a mandatory curbside that will give us a sense of the range of cost, the potential service providers a little bit easier. I think that it made the planning process a little bit shorter to use a community that was closer to Sunland Park with the collection opportunities that are there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the same concerns that you have, Commissioner. I think that Santa Teresa, I go there often for meetings, and it's a very small community, and their roads are fairly well planned out. Whereas if we look at communities like Hatch, Rincon, Chaparral, that would be the true measure of anything that we would want to push forward on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with you and Commissioner Chaparro that doing it in Santa Teresa is not representative of our rural community at large. And I do believe we should take on the challenges as a pilot project to see if we can actually overcome those. So I agree that with them that choose Rincon, choose Radium Springs, Hatch, or Chaparral, but let's get out of the city area where it's really an easy thing to do. Let's figure out what the challenges are. Let's find them by doing the hard stuff first. And if we can't overcome the hard things first, then I think the project maybe wouldn't be successful at all anyway. So I say take on the challenges first.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
I have a question for Gerard. It's my understanding that, let me back off. How many surveys did you send out?
It was around 1,000.
11,000?
1,000.
1,000. And you got a return of how many?
77.
So that's about 1% roughly.
Mhm.
Is that a sample that's reliable?
I mean, I would suggest it's probably a little less than we would hope for, but you know, it is the data that we got. So.
Who is currently servicing Santa Teresa?
A lot of the respondents said it was El Paso Disposal.
Okay. What would and you may not be able to respond to this, what is the effect of this potential program on the private carting industry?
Are you asking as far as would it affect them negatively to have more customers, or would we be pushing them out, or I guess that's what are you concerned about?
My sense is we would be pushing them out.
I mean, that's a potential. But El Paso Disposal is a subsidiary of Waste Connections, and so I think the expectation is if you were to go to some type of competitive procurement, Waste Connections would be very interested in expanding their territory.
However, Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to Commissioner Ellens, we certainly would go through an RFP process related to even the pilot project.
What would be the role of the South Central Solid Waste Authority in this program? I know there's a representative here.
I'm not sure if Mr. Peck wants to respond, but certainly if there was an interest on their part, then we would be disposing of the solid waste at a facility that is run by the authority and working in conjunction. But the first step was to determine whether or not there was an ordinance that would make it mandatory. Again, please remember that part of our concern was the level of illegal dumping throughout the county and the potential to then, if we went to curbside pickup, diminish the number of convenience stations that the county has open throughout the area.
So the illegal dumping was the impetus behind this study?
Certainly behind the idea of curbside pickup, but the curbside pickup is an issue that has been discussed for a period of time. We had identified it as a potential priority to put together a program, but wanted to take it in steps so that we had some history and utilization of curbside pickup operation.
Which department of the county would be responsible for this program?
Certainly the pilot project would be run through community development.
What if it's a permanent program?
Well, then again, we would be contracting with either through South Central Solid Waste Authority or through an independent contractor that would handle all of the collection and the billing.
So it would not result in the creation of a new county bureaucracy?
No, I certainly don't anticipate that. But again, that's the purpose of the pilot project, to see
what is involved with all the nuances of implementing that under an ordinance. And again, that issue would be addressed partially under the ordinance that would be presented to the commission.
I'm still troubled by the relatively sparse reaction to the survey request as to whether or not it truly is representative of what the public thinks about this program coming forward.
And again, with some of the input that we're hearing from the commission at this point, we can certainly identify another community to potentially do the pilot project. It would have to be something kind of correlated in the common area to make it really cost effective. So Chaparral would be probably the next community that we would look at, or La Union just north of Santa Teresa could be another potential area, or a combination of La Union and Chamberino, something that would align properly with geographically with Santa Teresa, and we can do some additional polling. Again, I'm sure we're going to get results of people not being interested because they dispose of their solid waste however they dispose of it now. But at some point, the commission, if it wishes to pursue this as a priority, we'll have to make a decision in terms of whether we pilot project the effort or not.
Well, to some extent, the elephant in the room is the South Central Solid Waste Authority because of its widespread activity throughout the county. Do we, and I know we're going to get a proposal, but do we basically envision it as the contractor to coordinate the program or as a potential collector?
I would have to defer to or to the members of the commission that serve on the South Central Solid Waste Authority in terms of what the plans are, but certainly the South Central Solid Waste Authority is a combination of the city of Las Cruces and Doña Ana County. So certainly we would be looking to have discussions as a result of the pilot project to see how we would accommodate being able to come back to the commission and talking about a county-wide application.
Well, currently I'm a member of that board and I will miss being able to discuss this as a board member in the future.
And again, I do want to make sure that we're presenting to the commission, this is a presentation. We're not asking for action. We've come basically to present what we have up to this point, to keep the commission informed of the direction that it's been going in, and to basically solicit input. If the input is that it's too, that we need a more robust response from the commission, or excuse me, from the community, we certainly can do that. If we want to try the pilot project as a more broader application rather than just in one community, we certainly have the flexibility to do that as well.
Well, I'm just throwing out some spitballs for future commission consideration.
Yes, and they're sticking.
You're going to miss out on our trash talk, huh, Commissioner Ellens?
Say again?
You're going to miss out on our trash talk.
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually think the person probably that works with the county is mostly qualified to help us understand this is actually Patrick Pack with Southwest Solid Waste. Can you give us your view of what's happening here? Give us just a couple of minutes to tell you what you think. Are we looking at the right things? Are we missing the boat? I mean, you have what, 5 years experience doing this?
Just a couple of years. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Molly and Jordan, thank you very much for the presentation. Good morning, Fernando. I want to take a few minutes to kind of redirect this conversation to the positive parts of the study.
And if you wouldn't mind saying your name for the record.
Patrick Peck, Executive Director, South Central Solid Waste Authority.
Thank you.
So the first thing we need to talk about is that the overall reaction was positive and that people felt that we needed change. And when I first broached this subject, it was talking about a change, that we have an illegal dumping program. We've been fighting this thing for over 20 years, so how about a change? The fact that the program or the study already concluded that it was positively affected, I think we have a good place down in Santa Teresa to try it. There are some obstacles and some things to be learned from there, Waste Connections does primarily or El Paso Disposal or Southwest Disposal or Mesilla Valley Disposal. They're all the same company. They do 90% of all the collection down there already. So they have service contracts, and legally we need to figure out how to get through those service contracts. And so that's a great place to start with some of that. I advocate for a more rural approach of using rear loader trucks and more of a boutique type service that we've been looking at. As some of you know, we've talked about some of these things, and I have Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Leos from my staff behind me here today. They've been looking at that. We're looking at cost, how we can develop those out, and that was kind of a project for after January where we could actually look in some of those costs and what those service levels looked like. Some of that's been changed because there was a fatality in the North Central Solid Waste Authority using a rear loader truck. However, just before Thanksgiving, and it's really kind of shooken up our industry in New Mexico. So we want to look at that and look at whatever safety programs that would have to be involved with that. I think this is the easy part of the presentation, are the steps, the extensive community engagement that would be needed in community meetings so that we can get more than 77 respondents back. That's a challenge. And how do we educate our rural communities? How do we handle, I mean, I'm just going to tell you, my family's from Salem, and they don't even know how to throw their trash away. I mean, and I've been doing this for 30 years. And so I look at that in the back of my mind going, how do we educate? And I don't think we're ready for organics. We're not ready for recycling. We're just simply, from my perspective, really, in parts of the county, we're going to look at very rural, simple services. So I'd actually even propose that we move forward with Santa Teresa and what the county has done, and we start taking the steps and developing some education. But at the same time, we also look at another model and maybe doing another study. And I would even, like I said, I would recommend the Hatch Valley because it is kind of isolated, and we've looked at that. Chaparral is a great example. We have a transfer station down there that can take the waste, but as you said, maybe that's too simple. Chaparral Disposal is servicing most of that community down there. They're a very small company, and actually that's the model that we're looking at is the rear loader trucks and what they're doing in Chaparral. That's kind of what spawned this whole conversation about using rear loaders instead of automated side loaders. But let's go ahead and walk through this in Santa Teresa. Let's learn the lessons that we need to learn because they're going to be different. Let me develop with my staff some other alternatives to look at from there. I was just asking Rafael how many households are in the Santa Teresa community. We're estimating probably 2,000 houses. That's one truck once a week. Some of the things like corrections, we can't do every other week service for trash, and basically it's the vector issue. Standard of service is once a week for the life cycle of the vectors that are involved in the trash. So I wouldn't recommend that at all. Like I said, to me, this was the easy part. It shows that we have support and movement within the county. I think we build upon this as we go. Perhaps the county manager and I can well, we've been trying to meet. It seems our schedules conflict a lot. I was in court just last week, and I saw what Commissioner Shapiro does for a real living, as I said in a jury last week, and so I had to cancel that. But we can get together and formulate a plan through this to develop both sides and bring the presentation back. But I think this is a starting point. We have to remember that, and it's movement forward. And how do we revolve this? What's the educational outlet? How does Anthony fit in? Because a lot of times I'm experimenting or we're talking with Anthony. They're doing the same thing. They're looking at doing the same thing. So maybe we can develop a district from Anthony always down through Sutherland Park or something like that. But we can have some open conversations about those things. But then again, I want to bring this back together. There are some positive things out of this study and this presentation. We just need to be able to take those forward. But I don't think it's indicative in the entire county. It doesn't necessarily reflect Placitas or Barrino or Vado or all the other smaller communities. But I think that'll come out. And so I think, then again, we just have to continue to work through this. Where South Central fits within all this, as many of you have asked me, we don't have the resources right now. Trucks are 18 months to 2 years out just to order a trash truck. So the thought of going to a private and getting some kind of a private company in here that could basically pick the service up really quick, we want to do proof of concept. And the other thing too is I want the commission to understand the managed procurement side is a model that I've always embraced where government or the Solid Waste Authority would actually, we'd have to put our numbers together and compare them to what the bid was. And that's what Phoenix does, is they put it out to bid and the department has to bid against the privates. And so you get a managed competition out of it. And I understand that we're going to be struggling to get anybody to bid against Waste Connections in here. And so we've had some meetings with smaller companies. And I think, then again, do we want new trucks? What are the bonding issues? Chaparral Disposal probably doesn't have the bonding capacity to do a huge project. So how do we deal with that? Do we limit it to that area, the service area? So that's the type of things, and that's what this study brought up. So there is a lot of value that's in this. I just think that it's the first step and that we have to move forward with it.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have one more question. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that if we go out to bid, should we bid the county as a whole, or should we bid sections of the county? Because you're saying we have major players in a couple of areas, but we've also got minor players still available. So, I mean, it's kind of, I'm seeing this as one of the things we have to figure out. Because obviously if we bid the whole county, a large company's going to win. Okay, if we cut it up into sections, then we have the potential for it to be competitive to many suppliers, which would give us a better, in my opinion, a better cost model. Okay, and what do you, is that what you're saying? Am I hearing you correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, we don't want to put Doña County out to bid at one time. The thing that we don't want to do is have, I almost see it in 4 sections, possibly even more, smaller areas where we can tailor the service. But what you don't want to do is have the county run out of trash service all at one time and have a panic. So if we did it in different phases, and as we learned from phase 1 and, corrected the mistakes that we made in phase 1, and we do phase 2, and we just section that, that would be my recommendation. But then again, that's some dialogue that we need to have.
If no one else has a question, I have one more question.
Does anybody else have
Do you have a question?
Okay.
Okay, I was reading one of the state statutes or something about utilities in counties. I think it was under the county's authority. One of the things we can possibly do is maybe franchise the service. Is that something that would be beneficial to do if we're going to both go out for bid and actually control the service and manage the cost? I mean, should we actually franchise solid waste as a utility?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, yes. Short answer, yes. You should put a franchise out. You should sign the contract. It should generate some funds that we can use to clean up the illegal dumps because they're still there. We're still trying to clean that up. So yes, that's what I'm advocating for, that if you mandate service, you should put a franchise.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Peck? Any other questions for Ms. Ainsworth or the team from Jacobs? Mr. Macias, and I think one of the concerns, I think when we come forward with the presentation, I know it's not for action, but I do want to make sure that we do have a say before it's presented to us as to where we're going to go and the direction we're going to go with the service. I'm daring to guess based off comments. I think there is, obviously, like Patrick said, I think there's support for what we want to do. I think the question is making sure that, I think as Commissioner Ellens pointed out, that we have the right data that's pointing us in the right direction before we make a final decision.
And certainly all of that information will be there before anything is presented, because we would have to come back for the commission to even authorize us being able to go forward with a pilot project, because it would have to have a mandatory component to it regardless of the area.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, another clarification, Mr. Macias. So if we decide to do just even the pilot in Santa Teresa or Chaparral or Rincon or La Union, it doesn't matter, would it be necessary for us to go ahead and pass an ordinance in order to make it mandatory before we do the pilot, or can we do a pilot without passing the ordinance first?
Well, there's the whole effort is based on mandatory curbside pickup like there is in any municipality. So we would have to have something that is tailored to the specific geographic area. That's what makes it a pilot project. And then from there would be a determination as to whether to go to a broader regional area within the county or county-wide. So yes, it's a decision that has to be made by the commission, but some of it is based on the assessment that is occurring. But if I'm hearing that there wants to be a broader geographic area, then we'll go back with our consultants to see, what makes sense in terms of expanding the area. My concern is that no matter what we do, no matter where we go, there's going to be pushback. And there's going to be pushback by the community. That's why we didn't want to start on a large geographic area. We wanted to pilot it. That way we could take it out into the community and show what was involved, the kind of the rate structure, all of that preliminary information in order to educate the community at large or throughout the county. So whatever we do can't go forward without the commission endorsing it and passing either a limited ordinance or something broader.
That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
Fernando, how is this project being funded?
The overall project would have to be funded basically through the rate base. The study itself is just being funded through the county.
General fund?
Yes, sir.
Any last comments, questions? All right. So we're on to consent agenda. I was going to ask, it's a little past 11:15, if we can take a 15-minute break. Let's reconvene by about 11:35, so then we'll move on to consent agenda the rest of our.
Mr. Chairman, before we recess, is there, because again, we've taken a little bit more time this morning, before we go to the consent, can we go to item number 27? There's some individuals that are here that have been waiting and need to leave.
I think the concern, I need to use the bathroom.
Oh, no, I'm not saying now. I'm saying when we come back. No, we don't ever want to get in the middle of commissioners needing to go to the restroom. It's when you come back, could we go to item 27 before we go to the consent?
I think we probably can, yes.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, just making sure I don't have credit. I know.
Mr. Chairman, if we could proceed, please.
Alrighty, so it's 11:32. We'll resume return back to our meeting. I know there's a request to review item 27 first due to some time constraints. So if there are no objections from the board, we'll move on to item number 27. So, Ms. Michael.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for making the adjustment to your calendar. My name is Jamie Michael with the county's Health and Human Services Department. Here with me today is Karina Diaz, who is the site director for the Crisis Triage Center, and joining me remotely, you should see in a moment, we have Paul and Marley, who are there they are. We have the Regional Vice President and the Deputy CEO of RI International, and also in the room today are members of the Advisory Committee and stakeholder group that have been working with the Crisis Triage Center. So the presentation that I have here today, if our friends in the IT box can get the presentation up, I would be grateful. We are here to talk about an amendment. Okay. I'll see if they get the presentation up for us. So again, in the audience today, we do have representatives from different stakeholder groups that have been working with the Crisis Triage Center for many years, including Sergeant McCord with the city's police department. We have some of our behavioral health providers and advocates here.
Mr. Chairman, to frame the discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, please, absolutely.
I move to amend the contract with Recovery Innovation for the operation of the Crisis Triage Center with the associated budget revision and resolution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ellens, for catching that.
Thank you. All right, I will proceed with the presentation. They're going to work on getting it up, but it's a fairly simple presentation. Just again, the reason we are here today is we're looking at your approval to amend the contract between county government and RI International. We want to restate the way we are reimbursing, the way we are paying RI International. We want to increase the amount, and this will help us continue the 24/7 coverage and also contribute to more engagement and outreach to increase utilization. A couple of the reasons we were asking for additional funds and to restate the payment method is a couple things. We are looking at the operations over the last year and a half, and we're looking at the operating cost, the revenue that's coming in, and the utilization. So in the initial contract, we had established that we would run for 16 hours a day instead of 24, but immediately RI International decided that we should jump right into 24 hours a day. And so we need to adjust our reimbursement based on the 24-hour model versus the 16-hour model and just restate that in the contract so we are clear on hours of operation. We're also experiencing lower utilization than projected, and there are a couple reasons for that. So we are going to work on making some changes to the licensing and looking at how we do a better job of connecting people in our community who need the service to the service that is available. And then lastly, there's also been some hiccups with the state reimbursement. So some of the reimbursement that we anticipated coming in from the state is not being realized, and it hasn't, but there is a lot of effort being put forward to make that change right now. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to run through this very quickly. So again, we're here to amend the contract to restate how we pay, and we want to pay RI by covering the gap between operating costs
and revenue that they bring in, ensuring a zero profit margin at the end of the year. So the county would just be investing enough money to cover the cost of operations. So the more they are able to bring in revenue through other sources, the less the county will invest in the contract. Utilization data, again, utilization is one of the driving factors for this change. And I think to date, there's been closer to 1,300 admissions, and the average daily census at the beginning of the year in January was about 1.6 people per day, and now we are at 3.4 people per day. Our goal is 6. Obviously, this trend is up, is going in the correct direction, but it is much slower than we anticipated. So we need to make some accommodations for the underutilization of the facility. We're also looking again at why utilization is lower than expected, and one of the issues is the licensing with the crisis triage centers, and we are currently working with Senator Ortiz-Pino and other members of the legislature to look to determine if this is a legislative or regulatory action, and he is in conversations with the New Mexico Department of Health. We're also expanding what we're doing with the detention center for release planning, so people who leave the detention center that are still in need of stabilization and connection to resources can better utilize the crisis triage center as well as the emergency department, which is a really critical right now. The fewer people that are using the emergency department now, the better, obviously because of all of the other illnesses and respiratory issues. Emergency departments are not the place we want to be unless we really have a medical emergency. And then, as you all know, we are doing a lot of work with 988, and we are reinvesting the communication with 911 and 988. The county manager and city manager both have asked to have this on the agenda for the January meeting of the MRVDA board to talk about how the communication between 911 and 988 can increase. So all of those will contribute to an increase in utilization.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
I have a question. Could you go back to the previous slide? The previous slide where your goal is
Yes,
6.
Commissioner. Yes,
Is
Commissioner.
that based upon the level of employment at the center?
Commissioner Ellens, this data is all based on the reducing the gap between operating cost and revenue. So the goal for 6 is, at that point, we would expect the operating costs and revenue generated to be equal. The capacity at the triage center, the number of people they can serve per day is closer to 12. So they have capacity to serve more, and there is probably more of a need in our community, but right now we're just looking at the financial break-even point.
Okay, it's not a staffing function.
Correct. They have the staffing right now all day long to serve about twice that many.
Thank you.
All right, so reimbursement, again, the state through the Administrative Services Organization was projected to cover 10% of admissions, and right now they've covered 0. They have created all of the infrastructure and all of the billing codes and everything to be able to do the reimbursement, but it has not come to be yet. The state is working with the other crisis triage centers and ours to resolve this issue. So we are hopeful that we will gain some reimbursement, but to date, RI as a business has had to cover this gap. And obviously their board is looking, to another fiscal year and realizing that that's not fiscally feasible for them to continue covering that gap. But we are hopeful that that will be resolved and we can get reimbursed, recoup for the time that's gone, and obviously for time going forward and be back up to that projected 10% of admissions covered by this Administrative Services Organization or state funding.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
The other CTCs are in Santa Fe and Albuquerque. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But are they as well developed as ours yet?
The other 2 crisis triage centers that are operational All three that are operating very differently. The one in Santa Fe is not operating 24/7. They do not accept law enforcement drop-offs, and they have just begun billing Medicaid. So they are not, they're not as open as often, and they're, as you said, they're just initiating some of this billing and reimbursement. The one in Albuquerque is also very different. It is it's a longer stay, it's more acute patients, and again, it's not open for law enforcement drop-off or walk-ins. It's part of their network of different services on their care campus. So we work with them, we meet with them every month, but it is difficult to compare level of operation across all three.
Okay.
But they are all three seeking the same state reimbursement, so they are all working with us and the state on that issue.
Okay.
Here is admissions by month from the beginning when we opened through October. So you can see there's been an increase in the number of folks served at the triage center. But again, this increase isn't as accelerated as we were anticipating prior to opening. But it is a good sign that the numbers are increasing. Here is the referral source. So when people come into the triage center, how are they getting there? And you can see the biggest percent of guests arrive either as a self-referral or family or friend bring them to the crisis triage center. And this just demonstrates all of the other referral sources. So we know where we have to do outreach, how to do marketing and what audiences to market to. We have great relationships with different outpatient facilities, and they are able to use the Crisis Triage Center as part of the continuum of care for their patients. Again, we have emergency departments, we have other types of agencies, but we really have an opportunity to increase the number of referrals coming from the detention center and from law enforcement. So I just want to end by reiterating that the Crisis Triage Center is key in the Crisis Now response model, which is what the Commission and the community have designated as our ideal model. It is based on national best practices. It sets us up for sustainability because it's billable through Medicaid, and we need to celebrate because we are the first county in New Mexico to have all three of these components up and running. So we have the 988 call center, we have mobile crisis that is now dispatched out of that call center and housed with the Crisis Triage Center, and we have a fully operating 24/7 crisis triage center. So with that, I will stand for questions, and then Mr. Chair, if you would allow some public input, we do have folks to contribute to the presentation.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Michael? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Michael. I know Commissioner Ellens asked how many people you actually have, and you estimated 6 is what you need to break even. What do you need to be profitable? I mean, so to be self-sustaining, what do you need for that?
Commissioner Reynolds, for fiscally self-sustaining, the projection is 6 per day. So the census would be an average of 6 per day, and that is the financial break-even point for the facility.
Maybe I didn't state the question correctly. They break even, but I think RI is in it for profit. Am I correct?
I think RI is in it for what I've received, the information based on what I know about RI, they're in it for several reasons. They don't want to lose money. They are a nonprofit, so any profit would be reinvested into the system, and they are definitely a mission-driven organization. So their goal is 6, the average of 6 per day so they can break even. Their goal is not an average of 14 per day so they can bank a profit of X number of dollars.
Okay. When we originally passed this back in July of 2020, July 14th, we actually invested $3.326 million in rehabbing the facility to create 12 recliners. Am I correct?
I do not recall that amount, Commissioner. I think that was the total amount for building and for equipping the facility.
Well, it's $3.326 million we spent rehabbing the facility and everything, correct?
Again, Commissioner Reynolds, there was no rehab to the facility. It was a new build.
Okay. A new build, so we built a new building?
That building, the county built that building for this purpose, so it was a brand-new build, yes.
And that was the $2 million that was spent in 2012. I'm talking about the 3.26 million, 3.326 million, which actually mentioned in the contract that was spent to rehab it so they could have 12 recliners. I'm just trying to verify the numbers, that's all.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, that there was no additional investment. It was minimal to make some modifications to the building. The building cost the 1.9. There was a total investment at the time of about 2.1 million originally, but the commission has not approved or authorized, nor have we invested in another $3 million into the building.
Mm-hmm. Well, I must have misread the contract. Okay. Because the contract says we were putting 3.326 million in addition to the building. So I'll reread it again. Okay, so we're trying to get to 12 is what it takes to be, what we built out 12 recliners for 12 people per day.
Commissioner Reynolds, there are 12 recliners in the facility. That is misleading because they will serve as many people as need to be served. So there are 12 recliners available, but it's not the same as a hospital where every guest needs a chair or every guest needs a bed. So they can have more than 12 at a time in there because not everybody is in a room in a bed. It is based on something called the living room model. So if you've been there and you've seen that common area, they can have folks in that area as well as in recliners.
Okay. I'm not trying to challenge the numbers. I'm trying to get to a number that says if we were successful and it was running at full capacity, approximately how many people could we expect? That's my first question. And secondly, how long do you predict it's going to take us to get there?
Just 1 minute, Commissioner Reynolds, and let me pull this up. I'm looking at the contract and the business plan right now, but we also have Paul and Marley with RI, and so they may be able to respond to some of these questions, especially around the mission and RI's, I guess, motivation for continuing to operate this. So do you want me to turn it over to Paul?
I'm happy to jump in if you'd like. Thank you for having me. And look, they're really good questions. I think what Jamie's leaned into is correct. We are mission driven. So when you ask, what's our target? We want to serve more people. And I think we're very capable of easily serving 12 or more people every single day in that facility. And so it's a matter of getting the referrals. This has been slower than other implementations we've had around the country, to be honest, our slowest. And so often it's partnering with law enforcement that leads to some of that, because individuals in mental health and substance use crisis far too often find themselves in the justice system, cycling in and out or involved with law enforcement for some misdemeanor offense when in fact they get connected to care, so they stop cycling through those. So if you think of success, Jamie's right, breaking even is what we've agreed to. If we make a margin somehow by serving more people, it's good because it allows us to have a bit more stability, if we're being honest, and be on solider financial ground. But our goal is to make a difference in this community. It's why we stayed despite losing money in our first year, is that we really do believe we can impact the 250,000 people in Doña Ana County for the better, and we want to find a path. But if you're asking our trajectory to get to 12, I'm not sure what that is. There have been programs where we're at 12 in the first month in similar communities. So I think we have to do this marketing that Jamie's described. We have to find out how we better partner with law enforcement. The one challenge that we have is this inability to serve people on an involuntary basis. According to current state rule, and that is problematic for us. In other states, we do that. So I think there is a hesitancy because law enforcement starts thinking, well, if this individual comes up with significant challenges, what happens next? And we could start that involuntary process, but in their minds, I think it's creating a barrier, and that's what I believe is creating less utilization at this point, but I'm not certain until we continue to dive further. But we are certainly capable of serving more with the resources we have and want to. I think our goal is always serve more people with care.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Macias?
If I could just interject, Paul, I believe that what Commissioner Reynolds is looking for is where is that break even? How many people do we have to be serving in order to regardless of where we can bill or where the money would come from, what is the minimum that we need in order to make the facility sustainable?
So I think it becomes sustainable through state funding as well as Medicaid reimbursement at that number of 6. And so that is a very real thing. So if we're serving 180 individuals a month, we're at that place in which it's financially sustaining itself. And of course, the more we get in, the easier it is to think through those things. And of course, we increase staffing if we're seeing higher acuity, and we can figure those things out. But it really is if an average of 6 people a day come in, so 180 a month, we're breaking even, and we don't need this additional funding from the county because it is, as you described, self-sustaining at that point.
Thank you. So when do you plan to have it hit 6, number one? And I think that's the point where we stop subsidizing it, correct? And when do you plan to have that accomplished?
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't know that date, and I wish I did. As I described, this is slower than we've seen in other places. And what we've asked, I think, for in this request is up to amount. And anytime we get past that, if we're at 6, we don't use any of that funding, of course. And we want to be there as quickly as possible, but I have not figured out all the reasons that are contributing to why we're getting lower volume than we typically see. Now, the one benefit we have is 988 just went live in New Mexico in July, and we now have mobile response there that should start contributing to more big people getting connected to care instead of the justice system. And that pathway should lead to more referrals. But I really don't want to pick a date because I am uncertain, unfortunately, at this point as to when we can get to that 6 number. But we are hopeful it's sooner than later, including in this fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman, may I supplement that response?
Please, go ahead.
Right. So the 2 contributing factors, and I'm hoping that we'll hear from Sergeant McCord with the Las Cruces Police Department, but we've been having a series of meetings with the city manager and the chief of police in terms of, again, why are the numbers so substantial that are being taken to Memorial Medical or other emergency rooms at hospitals? Why is that number still significant? And I believe that internally to the Las Cruces Police Department, again, that take far more people into protective custody than any of the other law enforcement agencies in the county. We're talking about, at least at this point, being able to shave at least 1/3 of those that are currently going to the emergency room so that they're taken over to the crisis triage center. And I believe that any law enforcement officer that has used the crisis triage center from the Las Cruces Police Department will tell you that it is really a drop-off, and they're there for an exceedingly short period of time as compared to the emergency room. The other effort, as Ms. Michael has indicated, that there is going to be an effort at this legislative session to clarify the issue and allowing law enforcement to drop off someone who technically doesn't meet the current voluntary standard. That is going to open up the numbers substantially. So again, if there are those kind of changes, they would be coming by this summer if that is successful. So I believe that our numbers are going to expand substantially after that period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Chris Reynolds, did you have anything or I had a few questions myself.
You go ahead. I'll pick back up.
So I'll start with, when I look at this budget adjustment, $60,000 for a building rental. what building rental are we talking about I thought we owned the CTC.
Right, it's an effort to keep the mobile crisis unit in one location that is separate and apart from where you're housing on a daily basis. So it would be for a command center, if you want to call it that way, for the mobile crisis units that are going to be funded through the state.
And where will that be located?
On the campus of the Crisis Triage Center. There in the back, there's a lot of room.
It seems like there's not, actually, I was going to say the opposite. I don't think there is a lot of room in that parking lot when we've gone, but okay. What's the breakdown of this $444,689 for contractual services? Because the reason I ask, and this is the issue I had back when we approved ARPA funding for the 14-day center, we had no breakdown from the budget of what that money was going to be used for. And that was, what, close to $500,000?
No, for that assessment, I believe it was $60,000.
I thought it was more than $60,000. It was it was 3 items that we approved earlier this year for the Crisis Triage Center. And I thought it added up to close to $500,000. And I think that's been my issue. And my issue still exists with this here is that, so when we approved the budget or the contract for RII and specifically this, we had, I'm looking here at it, Exhibit B of the contract. It broke it up for a 16-hour, 7-day center, $263,500. It broke it up by salary and wages, the employee expenses, as well as operating expenses. And I appreciated that because I felt that there was some level of transparency there. My issue is that this is the second time something has been brought to the commission without that level of transparency. And you're asking, I'll speak for myself. You're asking me to vote, and I absolutely support these mental health services. I support the Crisis Triage Center. But I think when I'm working as my role as a fiduciary with the fiduciary responsibilities that we have as the BOCC, how are we supposed to approve it when there is no discussion or a breakdown of where these costs are going to go?
So Commissioner Sanchez, Chair Sanchez, the purpose of restating the amendment will include that, and we took that information to heart, and we are making changes based on that. So the contract for operations of the Crisis Triage Center going forward, the breakdown of that $444,000 will be an exact reimbursement of cost. So it will be based on the budget that shows operating costs, staff, salaries, benefits, supplies. So it will be based on a very detailed budget. It will be exact operating costs. It will be revenue that's coming in from other sources, and we will just cover the gap. Instead of designing it as a fixed monthly rate, we are doing exactly what you've asked. And I apologize that we don't have that. That budget is very similar to this that will be included in the amendment. So that's what it will look like going forward.
Okay. And like I said, I just have issues approving another, I think what we're looking at here, so is this 444,000, or sorry, what was whatever the exact 514,000, is this on top of the 263,000 that was already approved, or is this an amendment? Because it's my understanding based off this budget adjustment, we are essentially tripling the budget for the CTC. And we don't have any return or I don't see where the returns are. I know we're working on the mobile crisis units. That's great. I think I'm okay subsidizing, I think, some of the services of this, but I think the issues that I have, and I think it goes back to something Mr. Macias just said, is where we have the City of Las Cruces Police Department going to the emergency room. We want to take some of those off. But in all the discussions we've had, and I've brought this up in previous discussions, has there been an SOP by LCPD that defines how and when they use the Crisis Triage Center and when they go to Memorial Medical Center?
And that is being worked on. If they haven't already come up with it, I'll have to defer to Sergeant McCord to see, what the progress is in that area, giving greater direction to law enforcement. I know that our RI staff has been very engaged with all of the training classes for the Las Cruces Police Department in terms of addressing those kind of issues.
And I guess my exasperation, and Sergeant McCourt, please, this is not directed at all to LCPD. I think that my frustration comes from our departments in the county and RII. This is something I asked for back in September of 2020. I have an email which I sent asking for us to develop SOPs with DASO, with LCPD, and we are here 2 years late, 2 years later now, or at least, or I think it was, I'll have to go back and look, maybe it wasn't 2020, 2021, but still over a year. And we're barely working on it. Why? This is my frustration, is we've been identifying issues that we want to work on with the CTC, with RII, with our law enforcement agencies, and now we have 988, and this is great. But why do we take over a year to actually make progress on something we've made requests on? The 14-day center, I asked for that also in September of 2021. Nothing was done until March of this year. Why?
Commissioner.
I don't understand.
Commissioner Sanchez, I cannot speak to whether or not the agencies have internal SOPs about the Crisis Triage Center. I can let you know that I will do better in reaching out and offering assistance. I do know that the staff from RI are in fairly constant communications with all of these organizations, offering resources, offering services, offering their time and information to the agencies. I know that Las Cruces Police Department, if they don't already have SOPs, I know that they are updating their SOPs to be able to expand and include the additional population of people that Mr. Macias talked about, because I just got off the phone with the deputy chief this morning asking for some information from RI's medical director, looking at the state statute and the requirements. And I'm very confident because in the past, RI has responded very quickly. So again, I don't know what SOPs agencies have in place. I know that RI has been very responsive when asked for resources, information, or help. And I will do a better job of making sure that I continue to monitor that and track it so things happen faster.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I just, like I said, that's where I think my exasperation comes from, is that what is going to make us successful is exactly the fact that we need to be working with LCPD, with DASO, with the city of Las Cruces, and what they're going to be doing with their fire department, with our other municipalities, whether it be Anthony, Sunland Park, Hatch. But like I said, I don't see that. I see us, and I'm not in the operations. I know, Mr. Macias, you've pointed out with the advisory committee meeting, the ones that are here. But I feel like at times we're operating in a vacuum, and we're not going to be successful with that way. And now we are, 2 years in from when we signed the original contract or approved the original contract with RII, and I see progress. It's just slow. And, the question becomes, if we're now tripling the budget, how much more are we now, how much longer are we going to be helping to subsidize this now what's going to be an $800,000 budget for the CTC? Because that's a lot of money that we can, and like I said, it is for the community. I want it to be for the community, but I want to make sure that this is the smartest use of our funds and it's being used efficiently. And if RII, if that's where some of the holdup is, then, maybe, I know you're saying they're being responsive, but I think those are my questions, is where, I think we need to evaluate that. And I just have concerns with approving another $500,000, again, going back to what I said originally, with a full discussion or a full detail of where that's going. So, thank you, Ms. Michael. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
Yes, I have a question about treating people in the common area. You said that if there's an overflow, you have guests in the common area and they're being treated. How do you deal with privacy concerns, if any, when you have people up that close and not being isolated within a counselor?
I don't know if Karina or Marley or Paul wanting to talk about the living room model and how treatment happens within the facility?
I can speak a bit to it, and then certainly welcome the team to jump in. But it's really the common area isn't. It's engagement, it's discussion of where that person goes, but there are actual clinical interview rooms that exist as well. So when you're talking about actively engaging in an assessment of the individual's needs and that individual, they would go into another room for it. But I think what we're saying here is that open living room is a place to start engaging someone. They're not always doing what you would call an assessment sort of service or psychotherapy, but in fact, they're being engaged by someone that's had their own lived experience, talking through how they can get support. So you're right, confidentiality is really important. It's almost like you would envision in an inpatient unit or anywhere else. You have a common area where people can be. They don't all have to be in one room each. And that's more the model we're talking about there. So you are right. There's interview rooms where clinicians would meet with the person one-on-one though.
I'm not sure you've answered my question. Even if it's preliminary engagement in the common area, are there not privacy concerns even at that point?
No, so I think this is like any treatment environment where you do have common areas for individuals. Again, I likened it to an inpatient unit. You still have areas where people congregate, you're engaging and having conversations with them. So when you're doing what you would consider a truly treatment-specific, any sort of engagement where you're potentially going to share confidential information, that happens in these clinical interview rooms. So they are moved away from the group for that. But there are other group activities that you can do, in fact, that involve multiple people at a time doing group engagement and therapy. So it's about options in that scenario. So when we talk about the 12 chairs, you're really talking about people that have 12 chairs in independent rooms in addition to that large common area that we have for them.
Okay, I'll assume that you're the expert and that you will see that it's done correctly.
Commissioner Ellens, one way to look at it, so the average length of stay, I think, is about 6 hours. So if I'm there as a guest for 6 hours, I'm not going to spend 6 hours one-on-one doing therapy with a clinician. Much of that time is going to be just time and space allowing me to sit in a safe place and relax. A lot of that time is engaging and having conversations with peers. So that type of work doesn't need to happen in an individual isolated private room. So it depends on, during the time that you're there, what types of services you are receiving. And there is adequate space for private conversations when therapy or assessments are being done.
Okay, I assume you know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. You know, this is feeling a lot like a spaceport we're taking off here. I mean, seriously. We had a contract that said we were going to do 7 days a week, 12 by 7, I think it was. And then we were going to wait until the demand was there to do 24 by 7. We have a contract that says we're supposed to have a advisory board in place before the place ever opened. That didn't happen. I don't think it's even happening now. Maybe you're working on it, but it's not done. We're 29 months into this. We are not having people brought to the center or showing up in order for it to pay for itself. I mean, in my opinion, and I'm just telling you, I don't know how much longer we can actually do this without some results that make sense. That's my position. The rest of the board can give you all the money they want. Me, I'm looking at this like a spaceport. And we know what happened there, and I'm seeing the same thing here. I think this was, the reason I said not to approve this contract in the first place was because the contract does not support what the community needs. The legislation isn't there to provide them the ability to do the job that we need. And it's the legislation we're still dealing with 29 months later, almost 30 months later. And, you know, there's no promise that it's going to get changed at the legislation. And if I'm asked, I'm going to say don't change it. And I'll tell you why I'm going to say don't change it, because I work with the risk department at New Mexico Association of Counties, and I get to pay out $5 million and $8 million and $12 million to people who do stupid stuff. And this county is liable for everybody who goes through that door if we have had them in custody first. If we arrest somebody, put the cuffs on them, and 15 minutes toward the detention center, the person says, hey, I want to go to the crisis triage center, and we turn them over to the crisis triage center without any security, and somebody gets hurt, do you think the crisis triage center is the only one liable? No, it's us. Because we arrested them. When you put the cuffs on, they're arrested. I don't care if it's for 1 second, for 2 seconds, for 5 minutes, or 5 hours. When we put them into custody and we turn them over to somebody else without the clear signature of release that says they take full responsibility and their insurance covers it, and even then, I don't think it'll keep us from going to court and getting sued. So I have a lot of problems with the way this thing's been rolled out from day one. We were the ones supposed to say when it went 24/7, not RI. That was actually the criteria in our contract that we would determine based on the demand and utilization when that would happen. So we basically, in my opinion, looked at this from day one and said, look, we need the crisis triage center open. And I can personally say that I have said this in public, and I'll repeat it. It was a political stunt, okay, for one of the sitting commissioners and somebody else trying to actually make a point that they accomplished something during their term so that they could run for another office. And this is still the same thing. Nothing's changed. You've got no business plan. You've got nothing clear that makes me believe that we're going to be successful doing this as we continue forward on this path. So how much, I think the better question for the board here is not how much are we going to give you now. It's at what point are we going to cut the strings and say enough is enough. That's the way I feel about it. So from my perspective, I can't support this because the foundation's not there, because the advisory board's not there, the legislation isn't there. We keep putting money in this hole. All we're doing is keeping RI from running for the border. And guess what? It's not a matter of if, it's only a matter of when, because I don't believe we're going to get to a point, which I was asking about, is how are we going to be sustainable with the model we're trying to build here, and how are we going to get there? And all I've heard is we don't know. No promises. The RI representative says I can't tell you when this is going to happen. I've been in business 40 years. I would never invest in an venture like this for nothing. I wouldn't put $10 into it. That's the way I invest. And so I'm looking for some return that shows that we're going to be successful doing this. Now, have you asked the sheriff where she is taking people? Has anybody asked the sheriff where she is taking people?
Commissioner,
Okay. And where's she taking them?
Commissioner Reynolds, the Sheriff's Department is utilizing the Crisis Triage Center, and they have taken people there for services. And I can address some of the other issues that you brought up.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think Mr. Macias has an answer to my question. My question was, can you tell me where the sheriff does take people, or does she take people someplace else?
All I know for sure is that people have been brought to the Crisis Triage Center by sheriff's deputies. Whether the Sheriff's Department is still using the emergency department, the Peak Hospital, or other locations, I am not, I'm not an expert in that, so I'm not the person to respond to that question.
Just an observation about that. Then if you want to build a bridge, you probably should know that. Because that's what we need, is a bridge between your department and the sheriff's department. So why is she taking them there? Why is she not taking them? Why is she taking some someplace else, and why is she not taking them here? If you've had that conversation, then I would expect there's a bridge someplace that you could build so we could actually get her to bring it to our department. Unless she agrees with me, there's too much risk to the counties in the possibility of being sued if something goes south. And that's my position, and I don't think I'm going to change until you've got security in the facility.
So Commissioner Reynolds,
thank you, Jamie.
I agree. There are many more bridges that I need to build, and I need to get out there and do a better job of that. I'm only one side of the equation. The others have to be receptive and willing to receive the outreached hand. But I do want to address the determination to go to 24 hours a day versus 16 immediately. The recommendation was made by RI, but the decision was made by me and the county manager. So we did do exactly what the contract said. We received their recommendation, and at that moment decided it was a risk, but it was a risk worth taking because the community had been waiting for so long for a crisis triage centers. So that's why RI during the first year invested their own funding to keep the doors open instead of coming to the county for funds during the first year. We immediately set up a stakeholder group, so it wasn't the officially appointed advisory group because the contract didn't say the advisory group had to be set up prior to operation, and the definition of the purpose for the advisory group, there needed to be something for them to advise on. There needed to be a history of utilization. There needed to be data for them to look at. So we started off with a stakeholder group, all the people that were involved in the operations of the triage center from the community's perspective. And then we transitioned into an official advisory group that would look at data and make recommendations, but they're not influencing the operations of the CTC. And we did have the first advisory group meeting a few weeks ago. So that is up and running. As far as county need, we've had several conversations with RI and other stakeholders about that determination. And RI has been very clear. If at some point we just realize that there is no need for this service in our community, then none of us should be investing in it. They shouldn't be investing their time and resources, and we shouldn't be investing ours either. But I feel like we need to put some more time into making that determination. Again, people long before me worked really hard to develop this model and to advocate for these resources in our community, and I don't want to just throw in the towel so quickly, especially because there has been some recognition of what we can do to make improvements, and we are on track to make several of those improvements, and we have seen an increase in utilization. I think one of the best returns on investment is when we look at the guest surveys and what people are saying who have been served by the triage center. Many people in our community have been served by the triage center, and the folks here can probably speak to that better than I can. Lastly, talking about liability, we've had several of those conversations, and quite frankly, I believe because the triage center is national best practice and it meets the federal standards for what a crisis response system should be, I think that if we're not using the triage center and it is an option in our community, somebody would be more liable because you took me to the wrong place. If you took one of my family members to the emergency department and I have knowledge that that's not the best place for their care, I would be very upset and I would be more likely to take action. And on the other side of that, the law enforcement agencies don't have agreements with emergency departments. They do the same thing. The triage center works just like an emergency department. Law enforcement comes and they bring someone there. We have liability regardless of whether it's a triage center or an emergency department. So I am going to step away, and if you would allow some of the other members of the group to speak.
And Mr. Chair, before...
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. I remember many years ago, there were two non-for-profit agencies in Las Cruces, La Piñon, and those are for sexual abuse victims, La Casa, and those for domestic violence victims. And I've been on the board of La Casa 3 different times throughout my life. And when these non-for-profit agencies started in Las Cruces, boy, they had a hard time. They went through years of trying to get funding. Luckily, the county was able to help. Luckily, the city was able to help. Were they always profitable? No. Are they profitable now? No. It's going to go up and it's going to go down depending on how victims or clients need those services. It changes from year to year. It changes on how this community sees these people in need. And so it's my opinion that we should give the Crisis Triage Center just a little more time and just a little more money. And if in a year it doesn't work and it's scrapped, then so be it. But for us to not give this particular service a little more time and a little more money, I think would be a shame for those who use it in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, I
Vice Chair Moody.
commend you on your composure, the way Commissioner Reynolds stated and everything, I just see it rude. But I do want to say that I agree with Commissioner Chaparro on this. And I believe that the other commissioners should take a tour of the triage center and see how it is. And this will benefit, it's not making profit, it's benefiting and assisting our residents in Doña Ana County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
Commissioner.
Vice
And
Chair.
just to address what Commissioner Chaparro said, nonprofit work is difficult, healthcare work is difficult, and so deciding on where to make a fiscal investment, when you're looking at nonprofits, especially within healthcare, it's always going to be, the fiscal piece isn't the primary motivator of investment. But we also look at what government does invest in. We supplement ambulance services. They're not break even. Ambulance services are not fully funded, but there's enough of a need to provide that service that government invests in that. We invest in law enforcement, we invest in the 911 center, and as an advocate for behavioral health, I think a behavioral health crisis response system is equally of value to receive that type of support.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. And, I just want to add before we open up to public input, and I think I completely understand your comments, Commissioner Chaparro, and that's why I was trying to say earlier, I know this is going to be a subsidy. This isn't necessarily, I think, as we're hearing, a return on investment, because this is not private business. And I completely understand that. I think my frustration is always been, like I said, I think as just having the detail what we're spending the money on, and I think having not made changes sooner where that would lead us to success. I think, one of the things that I would even go as far as saying is, and I know probably this might not, I think this was a question about, I think, the size of the CTC, because I even wonder whether, we're renting another facility for mobile crisis units, and understand what was explained. But if we're having to rent another facility to house that, I would even go as far as wondering whether or not the triage center is going to be too small, because at some point we're not going to be, my hope is that we're going to have so many people there, we're going to want to grow. And I think, especially if we're looking at a 14-day center, I think that's something we need to explore as a county, is something like that, and something maybe, I think that's probably for another conversation. But, like I said, I think my concern is trying to make sure that we're using our funds in the smartest manner, we're making the smartest moves, and I think we've trudged along trying to learn through this, but I think there have been a lot more that we could have done in the past 2 years, and this is we're already going on our third legislative session where we want to push for policy. That would have been the 2021 legislative session, this 2022, and now we're into the 2023. So I'm hoping that we'll have some better outcomes during the 60-day session. But like I said, I think Commissioner Chaparro, your point is well taken. I don't think we're here to try to make money off of people in the community that need assistance. But I do think, like I said, for me, I want more transparency on where the money is going.
Mr. Chairman, just before you go to the public input, let me again indicate that the sheriff's office does have a written agreement with RI International to use the Crisis Triage Center related to voluntary placements. Commissioner Reynolds is correct. I believe that the sheriff, but I believe the numbers are very small, has used the peak in the southern part of the county in the Santa Teresa area for involuntary placements. I do want to ask you, Mr. Chair, to please remember, because I know that we had those discussions in the legislative session before, not this past, this past legislative session, we went directly to the governor to ask her to put on her call this issue of voluntary versus involuntary. She was here with us, and we sat down, Jamie and others sat down with her to really ask her, because if you recall, a 30-day session to take up any issue of substance other than financial requires that it be on the call of the governor. She basically indicated it's a 30-day session. We're not going to do it. It'll have to wait till this year. So efforts have been made to have exhaustive conversations with different stakeholders in order to enhance the utilization of the facility. And yes, I mean, I'm not trying to dramatize it, but either there's a commitment to behavioral health and the concept that this county began back in 2012 to make this a reality. And it does require, at this point, a greater degree of subsidy because of what I've indicated to the board is this question of utilization. Are there these enormous numbers of lawsuits that come out from taking individuals dealing with an acute behavioral health issue at the hospital? Well, let me tell you, at Memorial Hospital, that takes most of them, maybe 50% of them are actually kept beyond that initial stay. And normally, if you ask, that average is maybe 4 to 6 days that they stay there. But the other 50%, they're released. They're released back into the community. And we've been working with Memorial Medical in order to try to capture that audience so that we can work with them in terms of more long-term engagement in services in the community. So I can, without trying to dramatize it, I mean, the amount of conversations that have occurred and the amount of strategic planning, because we have had discussions about that we would probably have to add another wing to the facility, a permanent wing, if we were to go to a 14-day stay. So all of those are in discussion, and it's going to take us a little bit longer because of the current utilization, but we know what the impediments are, and we certainly are working with all of the individuals that have a decision-making, a role in that process. Thank you.
Okay. We'll open it up for public input. Sergeant, thank you for being so patient.
Not a problem. Chairman Sanchez, Commissioners, County Manager Macias. I'm Sergeant McCord with the Las Cruces Police Department. I'm in charge of the Crisis Intervention Unit. It's a unit that I was asked to start 14 years ago. And the reason I bring this up is because when I was asked to do this, I had to mesh policies from the mental health community along with law enforcement policies and laws, and also look at the political and try and mesh all of those together so that we had a functioning crisis intervention unit. And so what Ms. Michael has been trying to do is mesh all of those as well. And it's not an easy task. So I compliment her on that. I know that one of the questions you had, Chairman Sanchez, was the SOPs. And I think those are just something that just don't happen overnight, because I've been dealing with municipal governments since 1988, and red tape is not something that cuts very easily. And so when you're trying to mesh all these different policies from different entities as well as laws, for a brief period in between my police careers, I was in the medical field. And I know that laws on the medical side are not the same as they are in law enforcement. So in order to mesh those, you've got a lot of time that needs to be put in, a lot of conversations and a lot of meetings. And that's what I experienced 14 years ago. So I think this has been a progress, or a process that's just making progress, and I see it as very proactive. And one of the things a couple of the things I wanted to express to you folks today is where I think the impact has come from the crisis center, the crisis triage center. I, like Commissioner Reynolds, have always looked at our involvement in crisis intervention as a liability problem for the police department, and I understand totally. So part of the problems that when I interpret state statute under involuntary, we've not been able to accommodate the CTC with that. but we have taken quite a few referrals there. Now, that doesn't mean that we aren't in the process of trying to make it so, as Mr. Macias has been expressing, that we're trying to make it so that we can get more people on that involuntary list to the CTC. And I think that is going to involve some legislative change that comes from Santa Fe. As well as some of our own policies within the department, we are making changes. We have a new deputy chief. I've had 4 meetings with him since he became deputy chief a month ago. And we've been working on how we can integrate more of our protective custody issues to the CTC. And I think we're seeing positive discussions, him and I, over this. With that comes new SOPs. So I think we've not been able to actually sit down and develop SOPs because, again, it has to come from our policies within our own department and then with the counties to form those SOPs with Ms. Michaels. But I think that's all, I think we've seen some progress with that over the past year. And again, it's still red tape. It just doesn't come together like a mold real quick. Before I do want to express some stats that I've brought for you as well. So I've compiled stats from the last 5 years. I can only go from January to September for this year because the way of our reporting system, I can't take the last 2 months. I have to wait till all of our reports come in. So I can give you accurate stats from January to September. So from January to September of 2022, we have taken in 494 protective custodies. Now, I want to go back for the 4 years prior to that, from January to September. In 2018, from January to September, we took in 626. From 2019, 686. In 2020, 673. 2021, 607. So the number I want you to concentrate on there is 600 over from the period of 2018 to 2021. We trimmed off 100 PCs, and I don't think there's one entity that has caused that. I believe there's some dynamics in that. But I do believe that because of the Crisis Triage Center, we've been able to trim approximately 100 off of that number of 600 down to 494. So I wanted to bring that up to you also for the stats. The other thing is I've seen a higher utilization from officers this past year from the first year of 2021. Just for example, the first month in operation, there was only 3 people taken to the Crisis Triage Center from LCPD. To August of this year, we took 20 to the CTC. September, 17 to the CTC. In October, we took 18 to the CTC. So we've seen the growth over the couple of years. And I do believe with some of the changes that the police department and the fire department are making, we're integrating our crisis intervention team and the fire department's mobile integrated health to form what's called a light unit. And I think with basically this is a multidiscipline response team. So I think with this, we're going to see new SOPs come out of that between the police department and the fire department and with the county and the triage center. So with this, I think we're going to see an increase of our protective custody issues going to the CTC. And I really think that's covered everything I wanted to express to you guys today.
Right. Thank you, Sergeant McCord. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you do. Just a quick question.
Sure.
So if you had SOPs, I mean, is it common practice to, say, leverage SOPs from other municipalities and law enforcement agencies?
So let me tell you another story. I'm a person of stories. So in 2008, when I was asked to put the crisis intervention team together, I was asked, okay, you're going to go to San Antonio, Texas, and you're going to bring back San Antonio's crisis intervention team, and you're going to make it work here. And I've never lived there, but I have visited there. I used to live in Dallas, so I took frequent trips down to San Antonio, and I know that we're two completely different cities. In this 14 years I've been doing this, I've been asked to go to Colorado Springs and bring their model back and put it into our organization. I've been asked to do the same thing with Santa Fe's. The fact is, sir, that communities are different, and to try and build something that works in Santa Fe or something that works in San Antonio or works in Colorado Springs is not necessarily going to work here. I can bring back ideas and try and form that, but the truth is our program, we set it up to fit like a glove for the community. And I feel that that's basically what's happened to happen with the Crisis Triage Center. This, I can speak, because of doing this for 14 years, the original program of the Crisis Triage Center was born out of Ohio, and they wanted to bring that program here. And I remember telling all the folks that brought it here that the truth is it's not going to work like it did in Ohio. You're going to have to customize it. You're going to have to make it fit like a glove. Do I believe it's been successful here? Yes. Have things worked slow? Sure. But Rome wasn't built in a day either.
Well, I guess let me rephrase my question.
Sure, I'm sorry.
No. And I get what you're saying. I'm not saying we copy, but I'm saying if you see what other law enforcement agencies are doing and how they interact, what criteria they use, and when they identify when they go to their crisis triage center or their mental health facility, could you not leverage something like that to identify possibly stuff that would apply here? I'm not saying it's an exact copy, but hypothetically. And the reason I ask is very simply, I look at, you're saying, I know you said Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Bernalillo County. I know Albuquerque and Bernalillo County specifically have both police and fire, and they have different levels of response, which, like I said, it's not an exact duplicate of what the state of Las Cruces is doing, but it would seem to me that there's a lot of opportunities for us to look at and figuring out SOPs, but I'm not in the agency. I just feel like there could be some way that we can shortcut, not say shortcut, but leverage so we're not reinventing the wheel for it.
I totally understand what you're saying, sir. I still see that things have to be customized and fit to a glove. Our cultural differences are completely different from Santa Fe. We may still exist in the same state, but we have different economic values. We have different economic statuses. And I just don't see, I'll be honest, I have not read thoroughly through Santa Fe's SOPs. But I think because of what we still have going on with the fire department and the police department, we haven't gotten our SOPs together with the fire department. I don't think that's fair to try and put a new program that we're trying to implement within the multidiscipline agency of the fire and police to put forward on the county to come up with an SOP that is going to be outdated the minute we get it signed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sarge, quick
Yes,
question. Have you ever taken someone to the crisis triage center after cuffing them?
I'm trying to remember if I don't think I've ever taken anybody there that's been handcuffed. No, sir.
Okay. And would you think that creates a significant risk for the city if you did that?
I believe it could have some implications. I do.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Butler? No. Okay. Thank you, Sergeant McCord. Appreciate it. And thank you so much, like I said, for your patience and hanging on with us here.
Oh, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Oh, it is afternoon. Goodness. Chairman Sanchez, Commissioners, my name is Tanika Sosa Gonzalez, and historically I've come before you as the director of an inpatient behavioral health care facility where the police take most of their clients' patients. I'm sorry, County Manager. And so I have that background and experience, and I have recently left that role to go to Families and Youth Incorporated, or not Incorporated, Innovations Plus. I took the position there as the program director of their CCBHC. So I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with what a CCBHC is, but it's a Certified Community Behavioral Health Center. FYI Plus was recently granted a very highly competitive grant through SAMHSA. CCBHCs offer 9 different service lines, and it is not just for adults. FYI Plus services the entire lifespan. So Las Cruces is a very big, small place, and I've worked with a number of people in different capacities, and relationships are important. So in addition to, at FYI Plus, in addition to treatment planning, diagnosis and screening, primary health care services, services for veterans, peer and family counseling, one of the pillars that we are required to have is 24-hour crisis care. So there was a disparities impact report that I was able to see, and zip codes 88001 and 8807. So 88001 and 88007 are the 2 areas that experience the most disparity in care, in behavioral health care and comprehensive care in this area. For every other zip code, my question to you is, do you believe that you have appropriate resources for your constituents in mental health care, in physical health care, in treatment planning, access to resources? SAMHSA doesn't believe that this area does. Based on my own experience, I know for a fact that this area does not. At FYI Plus, one of those pillars again is crisis care. This is a small nonprofit, and it's definitely a shock to me to go from a for-profit agency to a nonprofit agency. I'm learning a lot and quickly. We have to work together. And one of the things that we need in order for this CCBHC to be successful is to have a 24-hour crisis care. We're going to end up one of the things that we're going to have to do, in addition to the discussions that in my first week there we've had with fire, police, all of these things are happening rapidly, is that we need to have the crisis triage center in order to be successful. This is a 4-year grant, and within 6 months of the initiation of the grant, so I think give or take about 4 more months, we have to be up and servicing patients. We can't do this without the crisis triage center. We need to be able to focus a great amount of our resources in the city and the county on developing crisis service for adolescents. So we can work with the city and we can work with the county in collaboration of using what they have for adults. But if that element is taken away from where we are, then all of the effort that we need to put into our children is gonna be, I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't think that, or doesn't express that we won't be successful in it, but it certainly is going to create a much larger challenge. I feel like certainly going into this discussion, I had some thoughts about definitely coming in front of you guys again for a 3rd time. And I have to say, one of the bright points of this is for the first time in a long time, oh, and he hasn't left the room, but this is the first time ever that Sergeant McCord and I have actually agreed on something. So we've spent the entirety of the time that we've been working on this project agreeing to disagree, moving towards the same goal. So I'm really proud of that. But, I had to really think about what resources look like now that I'm working with a nonprofit. And as a nurse who's had to work in a hospital through a pandemic, and as a small business owner who's had to go through a pandemic, I feel like it's important to offer the CTC some grace in how they've received patients, guests as they call them, and really give them an opportunity. So this is twofold. I think we recognize that nonprofits, for me, Learning Curve, are not in the business of profiting, they're in the business of serving, and that we owe our community collectively an opportunity, and recognizing that if we don't support them during this small window of time, that we also lose out on a very significant opportunity. And this is the first certified community behavioral health care center in the state. Once again, like with assisted outpatient treatment, with the support of Ms. Michaels, we get to lead the way. The AOT program, the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program, has become the model for the state. So again, the success of the Crisis Triage Center equals the success of FYI Plus being able to provide care across the lifespan, which equals success for the state. I don't think that, I don't feel that we need to, I agree with your concern about safety, certainly coming from the background of working in an emergency room. I also know that not every single person who's brought involuntarily into an emergency room is necessarily violent. Often that transition happens once they settle down, once they get, the incidence of violence is not as common in an inpatient setting as people often think it is. It's there, it's concerning, but it's the same with, we don't have immediate security when they come up to a med-surg floor or go into, either one of these local hospitals, inpatient hospitals, they don't have security either. So there's always going to be a curve and there's always going to be risk. But I really think that we have an opportunity. And I would hate to lose that opportunity. And losing the CTC, even if it's just for this small window of time, to give them an opportunity to partner with us and build their SOPs is important. And it's certainly important to what I've focused my life and dedicated my life to doing, and so many others in the community. We're so close.
Thank you. Is there another public input? And I recognize I should have maybe put a timer up to limit, but I apologize. I didn't have that up, so please.
I'll keep it short.
No worries.
Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the Crisis Triage Center. My name is Janet Diaz. I am the new reentry coordinator for Yes Care at the Doña Ana County Detention Center. I've been in this position since March and working closely with the Crisis Triage Center. The referrals that we do to them have been amazing. They are an outreach service, and being able to offer this to our detainees that are going into the community as a stepping stone to get other services has helped a lot. They are still pretty new from what I can tell, because when I go into quarantine to speak with detainees, I'm still giving the flyers to let them know that it's there, and they did not know that the services are there. Having peer workers come in and speak with detainees prior to release has helped get their information out there and help with services. They are just a huge community resources for me in my position to help with recidivism, because some of the ones that have accepted services through them haven't come back through our doors that I've noticed. I don't have exact numbers. Karina may have numbers of who we have referred to who actually accepts. But without them, I don't know where we would be. So the detention center definitely needs them here to help with recidivism and things like that as well, to get our detainees to rehabilitation places like that as well. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, sorry, thank you. You said that when you do referrals from the detention center, can I assume that those are people who have actually been released from the detention center, that the referrals are, and not while they're in custody?
Yes and no. I refer weekly. I refer people that I believe need a little more rapport building with the peer support people to come and speak with them prior to their release. And they come and talk to them in the attorney booths to get the rapport, so when they're released, they can go to the crisis.
So let me make sure I understand. So if you need someone from the Crisis Triage Center to do treatment while someone's in custody, you have them come over from the Crisis Triage Center and visit with them in their cell or some area there where they're under police watch or detention center personnel protection, correct?
Well, they do rapport building. They don't do treatment. They just do rapport building so that they can receive treatment, because Yes Care provides the behavioral health treatment for the detention center in facility.
Okay, but there is someone, a detention officer close by or available or watching or something, is what I'm saying?
Watching, correct, because they are seen in attorney booths
Okay, so-
without direct contact.
Thank you. That's why I'm just trying to clarify the process. So if you do refer somebody over, they don't leave detention, go to the Crisis Triage Center, and then come back?
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify, because I want to make sure everyone else understood that it weren't allowing somebody to go over there who had not been released from the
Correct. They are
detention
not
center.
leaving our
So
custody
then it
with-
becomes now voluntary admittance. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Council. My name is Micah Pearson, and I wear a wide variety of hats, just not right now. But historically, I've been here as a member of the leadership of the local NAMI affiliate, as most recently the executive director. I'm no longer with them. I am now own and operate my own advocacy organization focused on lived experience. So when Sergeant McCord mentioned that he's a storyteller, that's actually what I'm here to do in a second. I want to thank you very much for your kind words as somebody who built a local affiliate from scratch for 10 years. You understand, it takes a long time. It doesn't happen quickly. Speaking of not happening quickly, in a brief disagreement with my colleague, Tanika, the AOT program is not actually just a best practice for the state. It's considered a national best practice by SAMHSA and the Treatment Advocacy Center. And we built that. And if y'all were here for the first 2 years of it, it was rough. So it took us some time to get that in the right place. Now, to finish my introduction, I'm the second vice president of NAMI National, and most importantly, for the auspices of this conversation, I am on the executive committee of the Governor's Behavioral Health Planning Council as the chair of the Adult Substance Use and Mental Health Services Committee. And I'm hearing that we need to have some conversations about the recommendations we make to the governor. So, now my story. My sister is the executive director of Cruces Creatives. For people who haven't heard of that, it's a local place where people can go to learn about the arts and experience it. One day, a gentleman walked into the facility and said, somebody needs to call 911. I want to take my own life. Everybody froze. I happened to be visiting my sister that day. And I said, I have this. It's okay. Do you want to sit down and talk? We talked. First place I called was the Crisis Triage Center. And we walked through, we did the steps. The person was considered at that point to be in imminent danger of possibly taking their own life. So, like all good stories, this one actually has a great successful conclusion, but points out the reasons why we're here. They had just released their vehicle to take someone home, so it was going to be 20 minutes before they could get to where we were and do the 5-minute drive over the CTC. So I drove him over. For 10 years, I was just a community guy who took people to the hospitals around here when they were struggling, and I never waited less than 10 hours. I was in there for 45 minutes. Got evaluated, got snacks, everybody was taken care of, and in a collaborative effort that never happens ever, I got a call the next day telling me where he'd been taken and that everything was okay. So my anxiety was good. I no longer had to worry. So the two things I learned from this was we need more than one vehicle, but also the fact that everybody at the Cruces Creatives panicked means that while I have seen the amazing outreach that has happened to different providers and other community collaborators, there's kind of a whole area that nobody's talked to yet about even the existence of the CTC being operational because they didn't know what to do. So that's just the general public on that. But the most important thing I want to take here is that we had somebody come in and say, I need 911. I need first responder response. And we were able to sit down and say, oh, actually what I need is a quiet place. I don't know about the money, about whether or not you guys are losing money or not, and it sounds like you're not breaking even yet. All I can tell you is that of that 103 number you saw for October, one of them was a life-changing event. And I heard you say, you want better community services. You really want to invest in the community. It's not about the money. So I'm taking you at your word. Also, as a national board member, when you said, I want transparency and fiduciary responsibility, that made me really excited. So go you. But I just want to say, this one person had a life-changing event. I don't care if you don't succeed anywhere else. You changed 2 people's lives that day. The guy who does these things voluntarily and transports people, and this person's life. So that's it. That's why I'm here. If you have any questions about the different things, I can talk about the historical context of how all this was
Mr.
built.
Chair,
Commissioner
just rather
Chaparro?
quickly, since you're on the Governor's Advisory Board, would you please take our story up north and share it?
I am the first thing I started doing was writing down. I just got named as chair of this committee like a month ago. So I'm just hearing that our next meeting, we're supposed to be setting our future goals for recommendations, and I hear one. So.
Micah, so you actually were there for 45 minutes while they did the intake?
Yeah, it was about 45 minutes while they did the intake and general assessment. And one of the first things they did was, this was kind of an odd case, as I didn't know the person at all. So we did get a release of information for me so I could sit there and continue to work with them. Otherwise, they would have just said, you can go now, because it's not your right to be here.
So what was the process? Who did the intake?
Their nurse on staff did the medical evaluation, while one of their peers did the same interview questions I did in the car on the way over. So I recognize this is a slightly unique circumstance. I've been every position. I've been a patient, an admin, a peer, a provider, and then just the person who drives people around. So this was a bit of a unique circumstance. It still exemplified what the CTC is bringing to the community, because again, I can sit there and tell you the day and night experience. 10 hours versus 45 minutes before I could go knowing that my person was taken care of. And the only reason why it was 45 minutes was because that person asked me to stay longer.
So you're saying the nurse, was that the nurse practitioner that actually did the physical, or was it just the nurse?
They came by, checked the vitals, did the general medical clearance that they need to do to bring them into the building.
It wasn't the nurse practitioner?
I don't know specifics. It was a person who's qualified to do those steps.
And then the peer counselor did the evaluation?
The peer is the one who met us at the door.
And who did the evaluation for you said fill out the forms and stuff? Who did
Fill out the forms. That was done with the peer, and by that time the nurse had come in to do the evaluation.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out which one was which, because you said the nurse did the physical.
Nurse did the medical evaluation. I just want to be clear, they were doing a medical clearance to make sure they could take them into the building.
And the peer did the evaluation?
They did the intake assessment.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other question? All right. Thank you for sharing your story. I would make a small little plug that Cruces Creative does some amazing things, and I would love to see them. I'd love for us to see how we can utilize them in our community centers for the youth. So,
absolutely.
Anyways.
And it was just an excellent opportunity to see how they are not, Cruces Creatives is part of the educational community. And while they do have a lot of youth, they do have a lot of adults come in. And of course, the youth tend to have adult parents. And so that I noticed that as a community that just hadn't had that outreach from the CTC, because that's not exactly the top of my list that I'm thinking of either. So, and so it just so happened I was there, and so I could take care of it.
And I think it just goes to the previous story of people not realizing we have the service.
Right, right. There's been so much talk about the service happening and coming. But once it was here, somehow, no matter how much you communicate a message, it's going to take a while to get out there. And trust me, I built a program that was supposed to go live during this whole COVID thing, and it took, what, an extra 8-9 months to even get out the launch? So, and working in parallel with them. So I saw the same hangups. So the fact that you've gotten anywhere at all during COVID, kudos. So, sorry. So anyway, that's my time.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Ms. Diaz, Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you wouldn't mind, yeah, taking the mask so it's not it's just a little clearer for us to hear you.
Why did you only do that after me?
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Commissioners. My name's Karina Diaz. I'm the site director at the Crisis Triage Center. I work for RI International and have been with RI International since June 21st, since we opened, March 2021. Before that, in the last 20 years, I lived in New York City. And before that, I lived here in the area of El Paso and Juarez. I'm originally from Juarez. One of the reasons why I work not only for RI International, but for the city, is because I believe strongly in the mission and vision that RI International holds, which is at the core, having people with lived experience be the primary person who any person that walks into the center sees immediately and helps that person along through the triaging process in order to engage, in order to perform activities to reduce social isolation, to reduce stigma, to create less of a barrier in asking for help. So I'm very proud to be a part of this endeavor. Also a little nervous right now. But most of all, I am very thankful for Jamie Michaels and Mr. Macias, who have been incredible supporters of this model, which I believe strongly is leading the way, because I am a part of the Crisis Triage Lab learning community in the state. So do speak in conjunction with the other CTCs in what the state is also spearheading in terms of mobile crisis. Doña Ana County is leading the way, not only in having these services, but how actually fast it actually happened. I'm actually very impressed because in the past, when we opened June 21st to now, we've been able to staff in New Mexico State, a 24-hour center, where majority of the centers, such as this one, have a very difficult time just staffing, right? So I just want to reiterate that in and of itself has taken time, where we are living in a state and we are living in a community where credentialed individuals are not at a high volume here. So, right, I think it's important to state that we are providing the community very valuable service, and I hope that we continue to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Are there any questions for Ms. Diaz?
Where did you live in New York City?
Brooklyn.
Washington Heights.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz.
My daughter went to Pratt, by the way.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Is there any other public input?
Down already.
All right. Any other comments from
one more? Ms. Michael? Ms. Michael? Sorry. I remember you and I had a discussion about the licensing for the Crisis Triage Center a couple years ago. And I think you told me that New Mexico, NMAC, I think it is 7.30.13 actually defined the policy and the process for a Crisis Triage Center. Am I correct?
I don't have that state statute in front of me, but it sounds
fair.
correct, and I believe that you would
okay.
know what you're looking at.
As I think that I don't know what we need to do as working with Recovery International, but in section 7.30.13.24 in 1, and I'm going to read it to you. Just let me get down to it here for a second. Okay, N1 actually states, and the reason I asked Micah the questions is because in N1, N is for suicide risk interventions must include the following. 1, a registered nurse or licensed mental health professional may initiate suicide precautions and must obtain a physician or advanced practice registered nurse order within 1 hour of initiating precautions. It also says that an evaluation of the client by a medical, psychiatric, or independently licensed mental health provider must be done immediately, or the client must be transferred. Later down, it says the evaluation can only be done, conducted by a licensed nurse practitioner or a psychiatrist. An evaluation of the client by a medical, it has to be someone who's licensed to do the evaluation. So for what Micah pointed out is she took somebody in that was actually, said they were going to commit suicide. It falls under the criteria. It falls under the criteria that the required intake and the suicide risk and interview has to be done by a registered nurse capable of doing, or the psychiatrist. And if his testimony or if his comments are correct, then that puts us at risk as well. Something we need to look into, and maybe even do an audit of some of their intake processes to make sure they're being done correctly to keep us from being at risk. That's all I want to point out. And I'm happy to give you a copy of this if you want. Thank you.
Paul, did you want to respond to that?
Sure, and I think Karina could do the same, but all individuals that we serve are seen by a psychiatric nurse practitioner or a psychiatrist as well, and licensed clinicians are on staff 24/7 doing those assessments as well. So I heard Micah's description, but of course there were peers involved at first. There was a nurse doing the physical assessment, and as I think Karina can tell you, psychiatric nurse practitioners and or psychiatrists see each individual as well, and independently licensed clinicians are there.
Yes.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Thank you. I don't know about the specific case. I was just based on what he said. The person that did the intervention and the intervention was actually the peer counselor. That's all I was basing that on. And,
Yes.
and that's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Micah didn't know the specific roles of the people that we're interviewing. Amanda, one of our licensed behavioral health providers, was the person that did the assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Is there any other questions on the topic? I'll just say kind of where I stand, just for clarity. Unless we were to table this to the next meeting, I can't vote in support of this money without having a breakdown of where $500,000 is going to go. And I think, like I said, I've expressed that concern before, and so to not see it again is concerning to me. So I'm just putting it out there. It's not a anything where I think I'm against the CTC or the services. I think I fully support what's been there and what we've doing and the expansion of the services. But like I said, I think, as I mentioned previously, I have real concerns with approving money without having a full, at least some ballpark idea of where we're supposed to be going with these funds.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds?
I'd like to make a motion that we table this to a day certain of January the 10th or January the 17th, or excuse me, January 24th.
Sorry, so the motion is
I'd like to make a motion that we table this issue until a date certain, January the 10th or January the 24th.
I think we need to know which one do we want.
Let's do the 24th because the 10th is pretty busy.
Okay. So we have a motion to table this to the 24th. I'll second the motion. Was there any comments, input on the motion to table to the January 24th?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Commissioner
I
Chaparro?
believe Ms. Michaels may have the breakdown right now, if that's what is at issue, or one of the issues at this point. Is that correct, Ms. Michael?
Correct, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
point of
Chair.
order.
Sorry,
Sorry, I think we have to entertain a vote on this motion or discussion on this motion before we move to any other discussion from the audience.
Well, I think what she's
merely
probably
a
saying is probably pertinent to the tabling of the motion.
Let me ask, Mr. Nelson, am I correct that when we make a motion to table something, we have to take a vote on that before we entertain a further discussion on the item?
have to go to discussion.
Yes, that is the pending motion, is the motion to postpone. However, you can, I believe that's a debatable motion. So if the information she's giving might influence how somebody would vote on that motion. I'll have to look and see whether a motion to table or to postpone is debatable.
I would appreciate that because it's my understanding it's not a debatable motion.
The motion to postpone indefinitely is not amendable. However, the motion is debatable, including debate on the merits of the pending proposition.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Continue, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we will, in the current contract, attachment B that you referenced is the operating budget, and it allocates exactly where all of the operating costs are going. So the intent is with this amendment, we will update that budget because this one's the 16-hour, so we will update it for the 24-hour, and we will create a contract that then covers the gap between these operating costs for 6 months, January through June, and reimburses for the gap between the operating and the revenue. So we will have, it'll look just like the budget in the current contract. So I can offer that to you as a reassurance now, or the agenda item has two actions. One, you're approving the amount, and the other, you're delegating signature authority. So on this item, if you would prefer not to delegate signature authority, and once we have your approval to move forward with designing the amendment that will include very transparent allocation of dollars, then we could bring that contract back to you for approval instead of delegating signature authority to the county manager for the contract.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. Are there any questions on the motion to table? Or
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Owens?
I find this discussion of financing CDC analogous to the discussions we have when it comes to financing the South Central Regional Transit District. Every year we give that entity money knowing that it will probably never break even, much less reach a profitable stage. We do that because we have determined it's a necessary public service which only we can fulfill. CTC is a necessary public service which only we can fulfill. And if we don't, there could be tragic consequences, unlike somebody missing their bus or the schedule not to their liking. So I will vote against this motion because I think that we need to proceed regardless of what the future holds, and hopefully the future will be positive.
Commissioner Ellens, I hope that I can come back to you at the end of the fiscal year and say we did not spend down this entire 444 because revenue came in and we were able to reduce that amount.
Well, you won't be able to come back to me.
I will send you a letter.
Send me a letter.
I will.
Unless you want to take a visit to Colorado.
I can do that.
Hey, Commissioner Owens, thank you for your input. And I would agree in the fact with the South Central Regional Transit District that we do allocate a significant amount of funds for that. And I would even question, I think I've had my concerns as we continue to fund that, where the money goes, because I think when we've looked on their website to understand the latest budget, I don't think I found that. So that's going to be, I think may have mentioned some of that to Mr. Macias, and so I agree with that. But like I said, I think at least if I had an understanding of where the $500,000 or whatever it was we allocated earlier, where this $500,000, I'd be on board probably. So thank you. And I don't know, are there any other comment on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I think she said that they would bring you back a contract specifying where all the money goes.
Correct.
Correct.
And I think we ought to give her that reign to do so.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Michael. I appreciate it. Waiting 30 days to take a look at this with more information and a real plan on how you're going to use the money, I don't think it's going to impact anything negatively. So I could have said postpone it indefinitely, which means we table it and we just don't bring it back. But giving you an opportunity and giving everyone an opportunity to come up with better support and justification for what we're trying to accomplish and a better plan, and maybe have another bridge built, is only 30 days away. And so personally, I think it's prudent for us, because we are responsible, fiduciary responsible to our constituents, to make sure we spend the money wisely, whether it's, to make money or not make money. I still think that this, just like I said before, this is not a well-constructed plan. The contract's not well-constructed. The performance has been, moderate at best, and I recognize we're doing good work. That's not an issue here. The issue is there another way to do it? Can we do better? And how are we going to do better? And I think a reflective look at what we're trying to do is in order for all of us before we start throwing more money at something. I don't see the return on the money we put into the mobile unit. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see the return on, going to the hospitals and asking patients to come. I'm just not seeing the results, and I still don't believe there's a clear path to get where we want to go, and I'd like you guys to think about that over the holidays and come back and give us something. Otherwise, all we're doing, if we continue to throw money at it without understanding where we're going, we're just pushing the ball down the road, and that's just my opinion. And I would like to see more evidence that we're going to get results. Not that I say it's a bad thing. Not that I say close the crisis triage center. I'm saying give me a plan that's going to work. Maybe it's the legislation. Maybe it's more better results. Maybe it's more cooperation. I just don't. Just call me, blind. I just don't see it. And until I see it, it's hard for me to get behind something like this. It's going to cost us $500,000 or another $500,000 in addition to the other $2 million we've already spent for the last 2 years. So I'm just not happy with that, the direction, and I'd like to see more evidence to support it's going to show me it's going to change. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think, Ms. Michael, along with what comments Commissioner Reynolds has made, if we postpone for 30 days, will that cause a cessation of services at the CTC?
I can't speak for RI or their board. I know that they have been absorbing the gap they've been covering that gap in operating costs and revenue since the beginning of this fiscal year. So our intent was to put this in place and have it executed January 1st. So we're covering 6 months of the year. And that was why we came to the board now in December, so the contract can be developed and executed and ready to go by January 1st.
And Mr. Galdes, can you answer that question?
I will have to go to our board and explain to them that we will lose another roughly $40,000 this next month and have to see where they lie as far as our ability to continue to do that, or whether we have to give notice. Our hope is to stay, as you know, and it is our intent to do our best to do that, but it is up to our board to decide what business we can and can't stay in. So I will certainly bring any decision to them and let them know.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, just looking at this, so yeah, this is for 6 months. I mean, unless we have a good plan and things change, we're looking at, $1.1 million by the end of the year. We need a good plan. We need an idea how this is going to be successful, how it's going to change things.
So Commissioner Reynolds, with this additional money, the total will be like $808,000 for the fiscal year, with the potential of being reduced by the amount of reimbursement from the state. So that is the maximum amount. We are pending the state reimbursement through their, what they call their administrative organization or services organization. So I did come asking for the most possible investment through the end of the fiscal year. And as far as coming back with another model, I would be hard pressed to find another model that has the demonstrated success that this model has. We took the gold standard, and that's where we are trying to get to as far as designing and operating a model for crisis response.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, sorry. I didn't mean change the model. I meant change the plan to achieve the model. I mean, the model is a good model, but somehow we're not hitting our goals. And so what are our goals, and how is this going to change things so that we do hit our goals? I'm just asking for clarification and direction and some sort of, if I was an odds maker, okay, what odds would you give me that you guys are going to change things by the ASO, I think it is? What kind of feeling, are they going to change things for us? What's your odds on the legislation changing? I mean, I need a little bit more confidence in the investment for me. That's just me, to say that this is actually the way we really have to go, or there might be another option out there that we should at least explore and understand. That's all.
So Commissioner Reynolds, I can't give you odds on the legislative or regulatory action. I can tell you that all of the organizations, even the organizations that have historically opposed involuntary legislation that includes involuntary, have come down, visited the CTC, and they are at this point not stating any opposition. But legislation is unpredictable. And again, legislation and regulatory action within the Department of Health, we're still working with Senator Ortiz-Pino to figure that out. So any of that type of action is going to take some time, and it's not a timeline that we can control. I do think managing the expectation and a better business model, I should have come to you all and said what Santa Fe County and what Bernalillo County said, is that the county is going to have to invest and the county is going to have to foot the bill for this. So we weren't trying to immediately make the business sustainable through Medicaid and other billing. I think we should have done what Santa Fe and Bernalillo did and funded 100% out of county funding to begin with. But we're already ahead of that, so I don't want to go backwards and say stop looking at other reimbursement and just utilize county funds. I say let's use county funds until we get to that break-even point.
Mr. Michael, thank you for saying that.
I don't know, I was going to get ready. If you have something else, otherwise I was going to call the question.
No, I do want to say one more thing, and that is this. Early on in the contract, we were talking about it and talking about the whole plan before July the 14th, we approved it. One of the claims was that they were going to get a majority of their income from Medicaid and Medicare. And you're right, we haven't seen that happen. And that's that's one problem. We haven't seen utilization, that's another problem. You know, and if we'd have gone in with our eyes open and said, like Santa Fe and Bernalillo County, and said, yeah, it's going to cost us $2 million a year, $1 million or $5, whatever the number is, it doesn't matter. If we went in with our eyes open and said, yeah, we're going to fund this thing for 5 years, come hell or high water, that would be a whole different discussion than we're having now. And I guess what have we learned from that? What have we in an organization, what has CTC learned, and what has the county administrators learned from that that's going to make this different? Should we just say right now, let's increase this to 500 million? Is that what to $1 million as opposed to 500,000 and go ahead and plan to pay for the thing the whole year? Is that a better plan?
Well, and then before you answer, I think we're at the motion, I think, to table, so I don't think that, so like I said, I'll call the question. I call the question on the motion to postpone to a date certain on January 24th. So Amanda, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Allens?
No.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Vice Chair Murillo?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. That motion fails 2-3. So, okay, now we're back to the original motion to consider agenda item 27.
Mr. Chairman, I called a question on the original motion.
Okay. So we've had Commissioner Chaparro call the question. So if you'll vote on the motion to approve agenda item number 27.
Commissioner Allens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
No. That motion passes 3-2.
This agenda has a resolution number 2022-81.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, committee members, for being here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
a post-motion comment. You have 30 days in which to finally resolve this, regardless of what just took place. And Jamie has never lied to us. She always does what she says, and I know she'll bring back a substantive product.
Thank you for your faith in me. Appreciate it. And I will. Thank you.
All right, so we're on to consent agenda items 3 through 25.
So moved.
Was there any agenda items that consent that we want to pull for separate consideration? Not hearing or seeing?
I second.
Yes, I do. I'd like to pull item 9 and 12 for discussion.
Item 9 and 12?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve agenda items 3 through 8, 10 through 11, and 13 through 25. All right, can I get a motion to approve 3 through 8, 10 to 11, and 13 through 25, please?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chaparro. I will second the motion. Is there any input on those items? Public input? Amanda, will you call the roll on items 3 through 8, 10 through 11, and 13 through 25?
Commissioner Allens,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Some of these items have resolution numbers. Item number 3, 2022-73. Item number 5, 2022-74. Item number 6, 2022-75 and 2022-76. And item number 18, 2022-79. And item number 21, 2022-79. And item number 24, 2022-80.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, so we're on to agenda item number 9. It's a motion, to use the GSA contract with Bohannon Houston to acquire 2022 LiDAR and aerial photography in the amount of $784,034.81. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
Excuse me. I make a motion that we approve GSA contract with Bonham Houston Incorporated to acquire 2022 LiDAR and aerial photography in the amount of $784,034.81.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Okay, just go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Reynolds, I believe you had a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, John. I just want to know, it looks to be like from looking at this, that this is going to provide us a lot more detail, a lot better resolution for geographic mapping. Is that correct?
Actually, it's very similar to what we already have. It does cover a larger geographical area.
Okay.
So the resolution is pretty much the same as what we acquired in 2018. But we're covering a much larger area, mainly because we have a lot of work that is happening in areas that we weren't covered before. This also gives us a very high resolution in terms of our LiDAR. The LiDAR is basically the elevation model for the county, so it gives us very high resolution. And if you have any specific questions about any of the data. There's actually a representative from behind in Houston that's here that could answer any of those questions. But essentially, it gives us some very good information about changes that have happened since 2018, which we know that there's been a lot of development. There's been a lot of storms, and so for us, the LIDARs is really important as well because it gives us how the arroyos and how the erosions have changed. So very good data. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good thing. I'm just trying to understand, if we didn't do this, what would be our other option? I mean, to achieve the goals of the Flood Commission.
Well, one of the things that, that the Flood Commission uses this information for is we use it for looking at development as it happens. So as an example, if there is some building that's happening in an area that never happened before, it gives us an idea of illegal building. It gives us an idea of the history. So we try to keep updating these every 4 to 6 years in order so that we can have a history of how the development happens. We can look to see where there is illegal dumping that's happening. The resolution's good enough where we can see house pads that are being built or someone just grading a lot. We also use this in terms of our floodplain development permits. So there's a lot of different pieces for this. This information is also used by other departments in terms of their planning and development activities.
Yeah, because I had a discussion with the assessor's office a few years ago that actually said that with the actual building on property that was not they didn't have unpermitted building, unpermitted mobile homes being put on the property. So the assessor's office could also use this in order to look at a time lapse understanding of what actually changes in the whole county. Is this not something we could do with the 2018 software?
So we continue to do this every cycle so that we can keep that same process happening. So our first area of photography came in around 2004.
Okay.
And so we have every 4 to 6 years, we have a new set of photography that we can look at to see how those changes happen.
And so that's what this is?
Yeah, this is just the next iteration of the same stuff.
So we're not going to get it like we pay for it this year, the following year we have to pay for it again or not do it?
No, it'll be 4 to 6 years away from now before we do it again.
Okay.
And all of this, by the way, does come out of flood funds.
Yeah.
And we do allow, as I said, all other departments to have access to it.
Okay. That's really answers all my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Nguyen? Not seeing or hearing any, so Amanda, will you call the roll on agenda item number 9?
Commissioner Allens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo? Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, so now we're on to agenda item number 12 is to accept an award of $131,775 from the New Mexico Sentencing Commission to collect and analyze criminal justice, law enforcement, and behavioral health data with associated budget revision and resolution. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Reynolds. I will second the motion. Ms. Michael, welcome back up.
Thank you very much. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department.
Thank you, Ms. Michael, for this. I really appreciate it. I think this actually looks like something that's going to be very valuable in many ways. Am I correct?
I believe it's going to be very valuable. It's going to set the groundwork for additional work that needs to be done. It's not going to answer all of our questions.
Correct. Have we done anything like this before? I see we've got the next item is the contract with the regions for crime reduction. I didn't ask about that one because we've been doing that one on a regular basis. But this one looks like it's something we haven't really done in the past. And what advantage is this going to give us?
Commissioner Reynolds, Chair Sanchez, we're getting money from the New Mexico Sentencing Commission, a grant that we received. In the past, we have looked across different organizations and done some data collection, so I'll call the jail and say, can you tell me the number of, and MIRVDA, can you tell me the number of, or the hospital. So number 12 and 13 are connected, so this is the grant. We're receiving money in, and then 13, we're giving money out to New Mexico State University. So for the first time, They're going to try to connect all of that data and serve as a hub, so everybody sends their data to Crimson Research instead of everybody calling all of the agencies individually, put all that data together, and then eventually, long-term, we're hoping that they'll do identifiable data that can be shared, and then we know who the familiar faces are that are cycling through emergency departments or jails or the criminal justice system, and then we can design better interventions for those individuals.
Can you plan to give us like a presentation on what we do with this data after we get it, and show us how some of the value, just so we can be better educated on how we can use this as a county?
Absolutely. This initial work by New Mexico State University has to be completed by June 30th. So we'll make sure that the contract with NMSU includes a presentation to the board around that time.
Perfect. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Ms. Michael.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, are there any other comments or questions on agenda item number 12? All right, not hearing or seeing any. Amanda, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Allens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
This item has a resolution number 2022-77.
Okay, we're on to agenda item now 26. It's a Saturn Power Incorporated non-binding letter of intent regarding a solar power array option to Lees County property at the Jetport. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So move.
Moved by Vice Chair Murillo, seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Province.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez Commission. My name is Bill Province. I'm the airport manager. The intended project is to construct a commercial electrical solar panel array on the north side of the runway at the Jetport. If you agree to this non-binding letter of intent, Saturn Power will proceed with their due diligence to determine if the project is feasible and if it will lead to a ground lease of the property. I would like to introduce Jared Parham, Director of Project Development with Saturn Power. He will be presenting the project and he will be joining us virtually.
Hey, thanks, Bill. Appreciate the introduction, and thanks for the time, everyone. Beautiful. We do have the PowerPoint up there. So I'll try to get through this fairly quickly. I know that just on the time that we have here, and I know that the folks who have been engaged in these conversations in regard to the project have been primarily working with Lana Tahir at our organization. She actually has a conflict today and actually got a project approved at another airport in Canada. So it's something that we are fairly familiar with. What I want to do just really quickly is, as you know, Lana left me with a couple touch points just to give some really quick background on Saturn, sort of who we are, what we're up to, and then I think maybe more importantly is just the crux of solar in New Mexico, community solar specifically, in the RFP that has been put out for solicitation. That has resulted in us approaching the county with this project, and the airport with this project. So again, very quickly, just diving right into the slides here. If we can get to the next slide. Thank you. So really quick, and I won't go line by line here, but a little bit of background on Saturn. We are a Canadian-based company. I'm actually in the U.S., and we've got employees all throughout the United States, but our headquarter is in Canada. Been around for a little while, 15 years, all focused on renewable energy development, wind turbines in Canada, but primarily our focus is solar energy projects and those of the community solar size, which is what we see in New Mexico with about a 5 megawatt cap is typically what we see in the different regions. Just kind of hitting on some of the high points here as it relates to developers, our industry, and sort of what we're doing. And what I mean by that is, the internal engineering, electrical engineering, the construction management, project management, and all the way into the operation and maintenance of a generating facility. Why that's important is that the construction management, project management are often where projects can go awry. And if there's not a great connection between the developer themselves and the folks that are managing those projects, I mean, you're sort of opening it up for miscommunication and different things like that. So we hold this to a really high regard that we keep most of this in-house, much of this in-house, and we're there from inception all the way to the project really being decommissioned at the end of its lifetime. Again, just a few other high points in terms of where we've been. Again, our primary focus is in North America with some projects in Canada, but for the most part, really we are focused in the U.S. A couple projects in the Caribbean and Europe. The Caribbean project is again noteworthy for this conversation because that was actually done at an airport as well on the islands in very constricted space that we had to work with there. So really interesting type of interaction that we had with governing bodies, and then of course the airport as well, and navigating some of their future expansion plans, different things like that. And then really just the last notable piece that I want to speak to on this slide is just the last bullet point here on the 15-year track record, working with communities, developers, so on and so forth. Any developer, of course, is going to say this in terms of working side by side with the communities. I'd want to say that Saturn is different in some way, and I do feel that we are, again, with our focus primarily being on these community solar sites. Really, the process dictates within itself, and our own sort of mission has us collaborate with the communities, municipalities, and really the businesses that operate within those municipalities. A lot of developers, I think, like to come in and sort of dictate terms in some ways where we certainly understand and are sensitive to the fact that we are sort of presenting ourselves within a new community, and want to make sure that whether that's visual aesthetics or any sort of environmental concerns or financing concerns, that we're addressing those head on, and we certainly don't shy away from those conversations. So a bit there on Saturn. I'm happy to answer any questions as we get through this, but I think for time's sake, we can go on to the next slide. Really quick here, just more of a visual on, on the areas that Saturn is working in. You can actually see that orange dot to the northeast of Washington there. That's where Lana was actually today, and we just got a airport project approved there. And then of course we've got our Bermuda project that you can see that's the other airport that we're speaking to. But I think just holistically, this slide is just speaking to the idea that, hey, we've been around for a little while. We certainly know what we're doing. We're used to working in not only different states, but different countries, and being able to interact with all sorts of different cultures. And to me, this is a testament to how well we do work with communities, that we don't just find ourselves kind of in our own backyard speaking the exact same language, really kind of diving into what the community may need and what we can provide, and what the project can provide. We can just jump right ahead to the next slide. So a little bit more here on the things that we do, and I think I touched on this a bit in the second slide. All sort of the key characteristics here of a developer. I think what's important to note is that where we don't stop, and there are a lot of folks out there that would maybe fancy themselves as a developer, or quite honestly, it's their business model as a whole, is to go ahead and get and maybe fulfill 1 through 3, and then just look to kind of sell off the project, or maybe just acquire the land, then sell off that land to somebody like Saturn that would come in and say, okay, well, that's a nice idea that you have, but let's actually bring that to fruition. So again, more of just a visual here on the different, just a few of the different items that we're up to when we look at developing a project from fruition all the way to decommissioning there again. We can go ahead and jump into the next slide, and we'll start talking about a bit about the RFP itself. So, I'm not sure how many folks on the board or in the room there are super familiar with the New Mexico solar market and the community solar program as it exists. Again, I'm not going to go line through line here, but I think there's a few items that are worth pointing out. You can see on sort of the first notation there, and the SB 489 Energy Transition Act, just kind of laying out the goals that New Mexico has for renewable energy in the state, and those associated dates, of course, 50% by 2030, all the way up to the 100% by 2045. And we see that New Mexico is at that 36% mark right now. And then, again, a subcategory of that at 6.14 being solar. I think what we're looking at here is just maybe the sincerity, I would say, of New Mexico really looking to make this transformation. Typically, when we do see a state or a region, as jurisdiction, whatever that may be, go ahead and set these different targets and these mandates, that more often than not, they are carried, from elected position to elected position over the course of 4-year terms or whatever that may be. So again, just saying that we do have confidence in the New Mexico market. Now the timelines, I think, are maybe a bit cavalier and may flex a little bit as folks kind of work out the kinks, both developers and the folks that are sort of administering both the Transition Act and what we're looking down here in the second bullet point, the Community Solar Act, the SB Bill 84, so directly related to the Public Regulation Commission in New Mexico. Between the SB 489 Energy Transition Act and then the folks at the PRC sort of collaborating together in order to put together a community solar program that is going to allow New Mexico to meet the goals that are put in front. I'd say that one of the biggest things that I want to make sure that we're hitting on here is the third point of the energy markets themselves, or the energy market header. Many of the states that we operate and we actually develop projects in, they are deregulated. So what that allows us to do is essentially say, hey, if we've got the electrical capacity and we're able to get our appropriate approvals from a municipality, there's value there in that project, and we're able to operate that project long term, sell the project, or sell the electricity, or the credits, I should say, back to the utility, and that's how we would look to monetize, and that's how all developers would look to monetize the project. New Mexico is in a position, and we see this in other states as well, where if there is not a program, but further to that, if there's not a solicitation that's put out by the governing agencies and the authorities having jurisdiction, then there's really nowhere for a developer to play. That's important here only as we're talking about timelines to this project, and sort of the urgency might be a strong word, but it might be the appropriate one as well. That the urgency that we see of being able to get projects submitted into the current RFP solicitation that the state has put out in order to be able to capture some sort of certainty and actually being able to get a project built in a time frame that would make people excited. So again, just an interesting note there on New Mexico and the deregulation of the market, and just how that sort of interplays with timing and not only in the short term, but in the long term as well. The program and RFP background, I sort of touched on this. I don't know that it's necessary to kind of hit every single line item outside of that. If we look at the third one down, I had mentioned earlier that we get to a 5 megawatt AC cap. So our system size in megawatts can't exceed 5 megawatts. And that's a stipulation that is put into place by the authorities having jurisdiction, whether that be the PRC, primarily the PRC. A lot of different reasons for that, but ultimately that is the system size that we're capped at. We'd love to build them bigger if we could, but again, it's kind of right in our wheelhouse as well. And the only other piece that I want to touch on is the last point, where sort of touching on the RFP itself. What we're typically, I think, when I think of an RFP, I think about a request for proposal. I think about costs and what is the price that we're going to look to bid into in this RFP. The way that New Mexico and the PRC has set this up is a little bit different in that it is on a point valuation scale. So your project is graded on a certain point criteria as dictated by the PRC to say, hey, do you have land control in place? Do you have some permitting and things like that done? And then there's a big emphasis in terms of the point value itself on what type of benefits are you as the developer, as the folks or entity that is entering into this solicitation, what type of benefits are you going to look to give back to the community? I can say that we have sort of our own stock that we like to address, and whether that be pilot agreements, payment in lieu of taxing agreements, community host benefit agreements, or something more specific. I mean, sitting in on this meeting, I dream up a lot of different creative initiatives that we could potentially help the county with. I think that as these discussions move forward, should they move forward, Lana certainly will be looking for some feedback from not only the board but county members as well, as hey, and how is it that we would what would be the best use of, whether that be funds or physical involvement in some way that Saturn could give back to the community. So again, I'll leave that there for the moment, but I just want to emphasize how important New Mexico is and the PRC is sort of seeing this aspect of community solar development and development in general in the state. And really it's an important emphasis for Saturn as well. And we actually feel really well postured to be able to fulfill these types of obligations with a little bit of coordination and collaboration, I should say, with the municipality. So I hope everybody had a moment to kind of take this slide, and we can certainly come back to it with some questions. We can go to the next one for the moment, though. Thank you. So quick breakdown of just we'll say the RFP scale as it sits right now in terms of the solicitation and what they've put out. When the program was first being discussed, the initial solicitation was going to be for 100 megawatts, and that was going to be the overall program cap for this year's program opening. What they've done is they've actually bumped that up to 200 megawatts. Now, that means two things for us. One, it gives us a greater opportunity to win. There are some different caps that are put on how many megawatts can be allocated to a particular developer in a particular utility for each solicitation, which is actually a healthy way, I think, for the PRC to diverse, any type of risk, or just not kind of put all their eggs in one basket. What it also means for us is that the future solicitations are going to likely be delayed, because they were anticipating this additional 100 megawatts to come up for solicitation next year or the following year. And what we're able to glean from this, based on experience and just the conversations that we've been having, is that this will in fact then go ahead and push the next RFP solicitation out, potentially another year after that. So again, just sort of emphasizing this reality of hey, if this is something that that the airport, along with the municipality and Saturn, would like to collaborate and move forward on, now would certainly be the most opportune time for everyone, I think, to move in that direction. We can go on to the next slide. And we're about wrapped up here on some of the information. So this slide I like that Lana put together, and really it's your eye, of course, draws to those first 4 points. These are what we'll call the major milestones that we would look to for direct collaboration with the municipality, with the county, and that starts with what sort of we introduced this this agenda item as a letter of intent. I think the only piece that I'd want to acknowledge here is, I believe in the agenda it said a non-binding letter of intent, where I just want to be sure that we're clear on this piece. We certainly don't need anything binding that would say, hey, Saturn has free right to lease this land and build on this land whatever it is they want, or for that matter to say, hey, Saturn has the right to lease this land and build a solar facility on this land all that we're looking for, and it's not even a we statement, it is the RFP is soliciting for is legally binding site control in order for us to do our due diligence. So we usually see that in the form of an option agreement, which again, Lana has here on the option to lease, which would effectively just state that Saturn has the consent and the right to go ahead and submit this parcel to the RFP for solicitation. We can do some diligence. Maybe we'll put a hole or two in the ground. Not even likely at this juncture. Perform some environmental studies, that kind of thing. So I just want to make sure that we're clear there. Though I know that there's been some continued conversations going on with Lana and I believe maybe the deputy attorney for the county in regard to what's going to constitute as legally binding. Can we get some numbers in here to give some comfortability around what the future may hold? And I do believe that there was a call for an appraisal on the site to be able to sort of have a benchmark to make a determination on this number. And I know that Lana has set that up with the local contractor to get out there and do the appraisal, or perhaps through the county to do the appraisal. We should have that information back. And I would say this week, I believe, if I've got my schedule correct, and we'll be able to follow up with that information. But I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on the legally binding place, or that we are clear as far as what the RFP is asking for. Non-ministerial permits, again, I know another topic of conversation that we'd be looking at, or that has been going on in terms of approvals or special use permits. The community and local benefits that I'd spoke to, again, we are more than happy to really pick that up and run with it. We just love being able to collaborate in a way that we know that those dollars are going to go to a place that makes sense within that particular community. And then, of course, from this pre-application number 4 there, the utility just essentially saying, hey, can you actually pump that much electricity back into the grid? And the answer is in this case that yes, we most certainly can. Just one other quick note before we get into the schedule there on this RFP eligibility criteria. I had mentioned that all of these factors, plus many more that we're working on, they all have a point valuation assigned to them. What's interesting here is that they're not on a sliding scale. So what I mean by that is to say that number 2, if we were to look at all non-ministerial permits secured or pending approval, if we, let's say, for argument's sake, we needed 3 different non-ministerial permits, and we were awarded 2, and the point valuation for this category to be 0 through 5, that there is no 3. It would be because we didn't have all 3 of the permits that would be necessary. The score there in that category would be a 0. Typically, we'll see those things on a sliding scale. They're not doing that in this light. So again, just trying to make sure that everything is clear as far as what the ask is from the RFP, and not necessarily just Saturn saying, hey, I need this, or I would like to have this kind of stuff for any reason of our own. It is strictly the requirements that are being laid out for us. Just really quick snapshot of the timelines and really kind of the major milestone benchmarks, and primarily again focused on Saturn and county collaboration and airport collaboration, where they don't give us a huge window here, and which is unfortunate, but that's certainly the world that we're kind of used to living in. I think where it's important to note is that we see that the solicitation window opened December 1st, which it in fact did. That brings us to the third and really the third and fourth line items being the legally binding site control and the permitting that I had just referenced being complete by January 30th. And it's a pretty tight window for us, with the solicitation window closing there on January 31st. But what we're saying here when we're laying this out is, again, not only that sort of that tempered sense of urgency, but also that hey, we're willing to kind of take it all the way to the end, whatever needs to be done, and we'll be ready January 30th or the 31st that morning, whatever that will take in order to be able to, collaborate on a high level, make sure that everybody's comfortable with the proposal and what Saturn is submitting in order to be able to hit those January 30th, January 31st timelines. April 2023, we would certainly hope to hear back, and that information would, of course, be directed straight to the county and the airport. And then from there, we'd be looking at about a 12-month timeline for energy subscription being filled, along with and of course for that to be filled and up and operational and active, the construction would be complete on the project, all commissioning and different things like that, and third-party inspections would have been fulfilled. So ideally by spring of 2024 is when we would actually see a project up and operational. But of course, there's a lot that would need to happen between now and then. Just next slide really quick, just so we can give kind of a high level overview of potential project location. So the location that we see here is of course the primary area of the airport. You can see that we've got the green line just above the runway there, and that is, and I believe that actually on an updated version we have cuts off right at the bottom, the base of the mountains there. But it's about 140 acres. I want to say that we'd have to work with. That area, the option area, proposed option area, of course, discussed in great length with airport management, taking into consideration, setbacks, day-to-day operations, future expansion plans, potential future expansion plans. Anywhere within that 140 acres that we're looking at there, and I should just be clear here. Our green individual line is the option agreement, and then that blue block there, of course, is the solar array. That solar array, for context, is about 25 acres worth of land. What we're saying here is, hey, we like this area for the array within that 140 acres. We like to get as close to that interconnection point as we possibly can. That interconnection point is from that southeast corner of the solar array, the more magenta sort of dark purple line going down to the road, where that purple line meets the road would be our point of interconnection. We like to be as close to it as we can. With that said, if there was some discrepancy on the location that we have proposed here, we could certainly reconfigure the design to not be a perfect block. We could move it north-south. We could work really with quite a bit of elbow room within that 140 acres to satisfy whatever issues might come up, whether it just be an aesthetic thing or some sort of environmental consideration that would be specific to one area of that parcel. And really the next slide is sort of just a quick or maybe a closer look at the array itself. Of course, these are electrical-based drawings. We're not as far into, or we wouldn't take it this far quite yet into, high-level civil and mechanical engineering. But again, just zooming in on this, you'd be able to kind of take a peek at some of the setbacks that we've got proposed for the solar system itself. So, a lot there. I hope that I was clear and concise and succinct, and I'd be just more than happy to answer any questions that folks have on, again, Saturn, the RFP and community solar program in New Mexico, or the potential airport project specifically. I'll go ahead and stop there for the moment.
Are there any questions from the board at this point? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name.
It's Jared.
Jared. Yeah, I was looking at this, and it looks like are you going to be generating 200 megawatts, and you're going to be distributing 5 megawatts AC to different projects close to where you're creating the energy? Is that what I'm reading?
So the energy would go, it would all be one project, one 5 megawatt AC project, which translates to about a 6.3, 6.4 megawatt DC project. I don't have the actual production numbers in front of me, But I would say that certainly not 200 megawatts worth of energy. I would say that project scale maybe 1.7 million kilowatt hours annually would be a very rough estimate there. I can have Lana send that information back over to you. But the array itself and where it's sending that electricity is actually to the El Paso grid. So it doesn't directly offset a business or something like that within the community. The power would go to the electric grid. And then what happens in community solar typically is that then the utility will award the developer credits, renewable energy, or not renewable energy credits, but essentially bill credits. And then what we're able to do is we go out and work with the local municipality, find businesses, and also residential customers with a high focus on low to medium income residents to say, hey, we'd like to award you this electrical bill credit, and typically that comes at about a $10 to $15 or 15% discount. So if we're receiving $100 credit, then we would go to a resident and say, okay, you have a $100 electric bill. I'm gonna sell you this $100 credit, and I'm gonna sell it to you for $90. So you're gonna pay us $90. You're gonna save 10% on your electric bill, but you're still going to be invoiced through El Paso, and you don't have a different utility provider. But that's essentially how the transfer of energy works. And I'm hoping that I answered your question, Shannon.
Thank you, Jared. You actually did. One of the slides you had up here said you had the facility was actually capable of creating 200 megawatts. And I didn't think you could do that with 25 acres. But 5 megawatts of AC is more reasonable. And also, I did see that El Paso Electric is still here. I assumed that was your connection point based on your map as well. I have a question for you.
Bill?
Thanks, Bill. This is BLM, right? Is this
Yes.
BLM land or state land?
It's actually county land,
Okay.
and it was donated or given to the county from BLM through the FAA.
Okay.
So they would also have a say in it. But we have redesignated that area as commercial development on the airport layout plan.
The reason I was asking is because of the time it would take to get it approved. Yeah. If it's our land and FAA, it should be a lot quicker.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, but this is more towards Mr. Province and Mr. Macias. Where does the solar project fit in with the economic development plan for the jetport? Because I understand where Burrell Aviation investment does. I understand where Franklin Mountain Partners lease does. I don't understand, or maybe that hasn't been communicated to where a community solar project fits in with us leasing our land and providing or letter of intent here.
The lease, the rent from the ground lease for the project would come to the airport for operations. And that's why we were having some discussion between an option and a ground lease. And Saturn has already gone out to an appraiser, and they are working on an appraisal of that land and what it would, for the fair market value of that land for a lease, ground lease.
But we don't have an idea of how much that is right now, right?
No, we don't.
And that's why I'm saying I don't understand, where does this project fit in with the economic development that we're doing in Santa Teresa and the jetport?
Again, I think that what Mr. Province is indicating is that it has the potential of generating monies for the county that would go back into further development at the jetport. Also, if you'll take a look at the property, it has limited commercial use versus that is the southwest, southeast portion where Burrell Aviation and where the land exchange recently with Franklin Mountain occurred. This is the kind of project that can go to occupy some of the land that is furthest away from any potential crosswinds development, and that will be the main attraction for other more economic development, commercial development aspect, and revenues for the county. So our discussion suggested that this would be a project that would fit into that unused area of the Jetport property. And again, it's
And
in
it's- I
line
think if I
with
read
where
the-
the,
Sorry, go ahead.
it's in line where the commission has been making commitments, IRB commitments to other solar-related projects, energy developing projects.
Well, I agree in that I think we've been supportive of solar projects through IRBs, but I think we're talking apples to oranges here, IRBs to now actually possibly committing our lands, which, like I said, and I guess my concern is around what is the continued plan to develop the Jetport site. I know we've talked trade, I know we've talked the crosswinds, but when we talk economic development, where does that fit in with the rest of the Santa Teresa area? And I know this, in this packet, it says 400 acres was to be part of a autonomous testing track, and this fits in with that. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it's ever been presented to us what that autonomous track is, what the intent for development for the Jetport. And that's why I'm saying I'd feel more comfortable if we knew, one, how much we would be getting with this project. Number two, understanding that full vision of what we're looking to do with the Jetport.
Do you want to make any?
There's, in a previous study, it was, as you mentioned, is possible use for this land as an autonomous truck driving test track, which would just be a road going up and back, and with some facilities down on the southern end for their testing facility or evaluation facilities. It would not be used very much. With the cargo runway being located where we're planning it, this land it would be between the two runways and the escarpment. So there was no access to it by any other way other than going around the end of the runway, which would be very restricted. So there's very limited amount of options available for development of that particular land.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take a couple stab at it for a second? Sure. Yeah, once we do the crosswind runway, the land we're talking about is right there between the two of them. So FAA won't allow us to put, you know, hangars there or anything else. So we have to use the land for something. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
because see, the FAA regulate, they don't allow you to build things in the middle of runways, landing strips. And that's why doing this for it is probably the best way we're going to get any revenue at all back from it. That's what I see. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I think part of it, goes to this, us considering, I think this goes back to my issue with what it was with our one of the other agenda items is understanding we're committing ourselves without having a value and understanding, is this truly, so it's going to go back to operations. Well, how much is going to go back to operations?
By the way,
Like I said, I just would feel better if we had some more information and details.
By the way, I share your sentiment about that. I do share that one, which is to have a better understanding, overall plan of what the land usage is going to be down there, so that when we do approve projects, we make sure we're not stepping on approving one project is going to step on another one.
And
I don't know, we've had that.
And if we were to go forward with this, who would the responsibility be to notify the FAA that we'd be constructing?
That would be between myself and Saturn Power.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there shouldn't be any confusion.
Yeah.
The FAA hasn't approved this.
No, they don't approve it
Hasn't
anymore, but we
really-
still have to
hasn't-
notify them of the intent, is my understanding. What I see here online from the FAA that says, under the final policies, we're no longer required to submit the results of an ocular analysis to the FAA. Instead, the airport must file a notice of proposed construction or alteration form that includes a statement that the project will not cause any visual impact. So,
But it still requires their sign off.
but yeah, we have to notify them still. So, okay.
And
thank you.
we certainly would at a time of when we have the construction drawings and something for them to really actually make a decision on that. That's when we would reach out for the FAA and give them a CAD file and real information to be able to make a determination.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
I'm confused. Why are we signing a letter of intent? We've gotten a very detailed, lengthy presentation, which normally we would receive if we had a resolution in front of us to enter into an agreement, a long-lasting agreement, so the project could move forward. Apparently, from what I understand, they just want to do a due diligence between now and January 31st. Why do they need us to sign a letter of intent, which doesn't even mention that, in order for them to move forward?
Because that's the requirement that they're having to, as part of what they're responding to, is that they have to have basically a solid proposal in terms of where the project would be sited.
Well, does signing the letter of intent give them that assurance?
The non-binding letter of intent.
Non-binding.
Yes, it is something that they can use as part of their packet. And again, I certainly understand where Commissioner Sanchez is asking for certain questions. This is a matter that came to us relatively recent, although certainly the Jetport and Mr. Province have been looking at that particular area for potential solar-related projects as being the least intrusive in the area and the less conflictive with the Jetport operations, but still utilizing the property to the benefit of the county and the Jetport. So this is basically to assist this company in going forward in submitting a proposal that still would have to be approved by the Public Regulation Commission, I believe.
So is there a legal requirement that they have this letter of intent in order to submit it to another regulatory body?
Yes.
And that is who?
To the letter of intent, the agreement would be with the county to basically utilize that property, and they can submit it as their proposal.
To whom?
To the Public Regulatory Commission.
New Mexico PRC.
Not the FAA or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
When would DFA or the Board of Finance have to approve this letter or this transaction at all?
Yes, for anything dealing with the utilization of government property, legislation is still somewhat archaic that really requires counties to submit for approval.
And when would that happen?
Municipalities, no, but for counties, yes. So it would have to go to them ultimately for their approval, and we have shared that with the company.
And would that be before the January 30th deadline, or?
No, that would be when the Board of Finance would have to approve the ground lease. Once that's prepared, and we have the fair market value, and you have also approved the ground lease.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
What constitutes due diligence in this instance?
I'll have to refer to Jared for that one.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer it. And quite honestly, in this instance, not much due diligence. There'd be an argument here to be made that if if the PRC were not requesting this land control piece or this letter of intent piece, that at this point Saturn wouldn't necessarily need it. We would really look for project award or some sort of feedback from the PRC before we really started investing in geotechnical information and getting folks out to survey the land and alter the land and go through and get topography readings and then all those different things and wetland and environmental surveys out in the field. That's typically what constitutes our due diligence period. In this scenario, there wouldn't be too much activity at all that would be necessary at the airport leading up to that January 30th date, or even arguably the April 2023 date, because it wouldn't make sense to inconvenience the airport or the board, or really spend an exorbitant amount of funds on the testing that we need to spend and need to do for projects like this. So kind of a roundabout answer and what it usually constitutes, and then in this sort of unique scenario, what it constitutes here is really minimal activity.
Thank you, because I didn't see how you could do due diligence by January 31st, as I understand the term.
You'd be 100% correct on that. Yes. I mean, our studies alone, take a week, 2 weeks, and then the reports obviously are fairly robust and they take some time as well. So you're right on with your timelines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Is there still some of the presentation left, or are we complete with the presentation?
We are complete.
Okay. All right. Is there any public input? All right, not hearing any, so we have a motion on the floor. Amanda, I'll ask that you call the roll on agenda item number 26.
Commissioner Allens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
No. That item passes 4-1. All right, so we're on to now agenda item number 28, a resolution to commit $1.5 million in the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds for the Peachtree Canyon Affordable Housing Development. We get a motion and a second.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Allens.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Ms. Ainsworth.
Moved everything. But I must be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an item, it's a request for funding for an affordable housing project in the amount of $1.5 million. And this is ARPA funds that are currently budgeted for affordable housing projects. This request came in last week, and so staff has not had a substantial amount of time to vet the project. However, Natalie Green from the city of Las Cruces, who has been working on this project as well, is here and needs to leave fairly soon. So I would like to ask her to come up and say a few words before I pass it on to the applicant. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners, city staff, elected officials. Natalie Green for the record. I'm the city's housing manager for the Economic Development Department. And Ms. Ainsworth is correct. The city has been working to underwrite this project over the last several years. It is a 144-unit apartment complex located on the corner of Peachtree Hills and Jornada. The city has already allocated $2 million in ARPA funds, and then at our next council meeting, we're working to allocate an additional $4 million in a similar resolution of a pre-commitment of funding for a 4% tax credit application. 4% tax credit applications usually require substantial subsidy from local governments just to make them, to be able to leverage the type of resources. And this is a good return on investment. It is just under 29 million, or just at about $29 million that it'll invest in our local economy. And then I will allow staff and the developer to present, and I'll be available for questions.
Just before I ask the applicant to come up, I just want to clarify, this property is within the city of Las Cruces limits. However, it borders the county's jurisdiction. And this is an area obviously in need of affordable housing, both within the city and the county, which is one of the reasons why it is being considered. At this time, I would like to ask the applicant, and the representative for the applicant, Tom Andrews, is here, so I will ask him to come up and present.
Good afternoon. Tom Andrews with Thomas Development Group. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Macias. I'm with Thomas Development Group, also representing the New Mexico Housing and Community Development Corporation, which is the sponsor of the project. They're a nonprofit that allowed access to apply for the ARPA funding through the city of Las Cruces through their process. And we started with that process in the summer of 2021. And I'm going to summarize quite a bit of this information to get us through this. I've been actively developing affordable housing in New Mexico for 22 years, and we specialize working with the federal housing tax credits, which we are able to sell to investors, large national banks, insurance companies, Raymond James tax credit funds, Wells Fargo. And what that does is bring equity to our development budget, which allows us to provide affordable rents in the community. And they're affordable. This is a program that was created through the Internal Revenue Service, but the rents that we can charge and the incomes for the families and individuals that can move into the housing are controlled through area median incomes, which are adjusted annually. So that all affects our budgets and how our projects work. So we've teamed up with the New Mexico Housing and Community Development Corporation, which has been actively preserving and promoting affordable housing in New Mexico since 2003. Our proposed general contractor is Crestline Building Corporation, which has been very active in Las Cruces building Class A multifamily properties. And also, I've worked with Crestline over 20 projects developing affordable multifamily projects in New Mexico. Our project architect is Perman Architects out of Phoenix. They have a dedicated multifamily division that we are working closely with Crestline to efficiently design the project. We are asking for $1.5 million from your ARPA funds. As Natalie mentioned, these projects work because they're highly leveraged. The equity that comes into the sale of the tax credits reduces our project cost. We make up the difference with a permanent loan, but we also have to leverage funds from other groups to provide affordable rents to the families. The first phase is 144 units, 72 one-bedrooms, 62 bedrooms, and then 12 three-bedrooms. And we build apartment communities. We will have amenities, playground areas, a swimming pool, bike paths, walking areas, very good-looking projects when we get done with them. We create communities. We are anticipating to use solar on the project. The last several projects I've built in Doñana County, there's one in Las Cruces at the corner of Elks and Angler, Paseo de Oro. I've also developed in Hatch, El Camino. Those were actually projects for farm workers, but those were 100% electric and also 100% solar. And that's our intent with Peachtree Canyon. We feel that the project aligns with the principles of your affordable housing plan that the county has put out. It also aligns with housing needs analysis studies done by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority and also the city of Las Cruces. And all of these entities have produced market studies that show, frankly, a need of thousands of affordable housing units in the near future and also projecting into as far as 2040. MFA sees the need for over 5,000 affordable housing units in Doñana County by 2035, I believe. This is a map of our primary market area. If you go east on Highway 70 and take a left on Sonoma Ranch Boulevard going north, you'll run into the Metro Verde subdivision. We've been working with the Metro Verde group for 10 years, actually. I picked this site out over 10 years ago as I felt it would be an excellent site for multifamily. Over that 10-year period, they put in elementary school, a middle school, single-family subdivisions have built up to the project site. And the vacancy rate in the primary market area, and actually for any type of affordable housing in Las Cruces, is 1% or virtually. All properties have waiting lists. If you look up in the left-hand corner, there's a gold star. That's the corner of Peachtree Hills Road and Jornada Road. It's a 13-acre site. Phase 1 would break that in half for about 7 acres for the first 144 units. Over the years, Metro Verde has really built out. There's more amenities, shopping, office space, and they have a lot of plans in the future to develop out the property. So over time, it's going to be an excellent site. We would hopefully start construction well into 2023, but frankly, we probably wouldn't be done until sometime in the 2025. It's close to an 18-month construction period. The rents are controlled by area median income that the census, U.S. Census comes out with, and then the Housing and Urban Development breaks it down by county, and they tell us the rents that we can charge. So our one-bedroom rents are around $686, 2 bedrooms are $823, and a 3-bedroom apartment would be about $950. And those would be adjusted annually based upon if there's changes in area median incomes in the county. This may be hard to see, but we have completed a market study for the project to justify proceeding ahead. And the rents that we're proposing have approximately a 49% rent advantage to just conventional rates in the area. So that rent structure is really underserved in Las Cruces and also the This is our overall development budget, a lot of numbers, but the bottom part shows you that the leveraging, we would have a first mortgage of about 6.5 million. Natalie mentioned we're working with the city to access their Telshore fund, their ARPA funds. We're requesting commitment from the county for the 1.5, and we would also be leveraging some funds from the New Mexico Finance Authority. And this is typical of these type of developments. It takes multiple sources of funding to make them work. The credits we sell on the open market to investors, and they're looking at return on their investments. I should mention we're in a very challenging market to build anything in multifamily that has affordable rents. We're up against increasing interest rates. The pricing we get on selling the credits is down. And of course, we have very high construction costs right now. So we feel like the strengths that we have are the experience on our development team, our strong nonprofit sponsor, the commitment that we have from the city, hopefully support from the county. We'll be leveraging the funds that I've gone through. We're going to add jobs in the community, bring in gross receipts tax, and provide affordable housing. And we hope to get the first property on the ground, and we're confident it will fill up almost immediately, and then we'll start on a second phase. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
how much do you expect to receive from the city of Las Cruces?
$4 million from their Telshore fund, and then $2 million. We applied to their competitive ARPA round, and we were one of 10 applicants that was selected for funding of $2 million.
So that's a total of 6 plus
Total of
what we
6.
give you,
Yes.
7.5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Chaparro, please.
Thank you. So my question is, how did you determine the number of bedrooms to be constructed? I mean, I'm sure there was a study as to the need in this community to the number of bedrooms required for families.
Yes. It's really a balancing act at this point. We typically weigh 2 and 3 bedrooms more heavily, but they're more expensive to build in this environment. We're trying to kind of serve as many individuals and families as we can at this point in phase 1. We are going to have a veterans preference on this phase, hopefully for veterans, which would be smaller households. I've built proportionally over the years, I've built more than 2s and 3s, but in today's environment with costs, it justifies this size of project at this time.
And just to follow up on that, this is going to be in District 4, which happens to be my district. And in speaking to constituents and being in court, because I'm in court almost every day, I know that the need for 2 to 3 bedroom apartments, townhouses, condominiums, houses is higher than 1 bedrooms. Would you consider doing that in phase 2?
Yes, definitely. We like to have a balanced community. We see, depending upon incomes, townhomes or smaller projects might fit better for some families. But we would definitely see how the first phase leases up and look at satisfying the needs of the community if that means larger units for larger families.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair?
I didn't hear, but how many apartments will you have ADA compliance?
We're required 5% of the overall number of units have to be ADA.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there any other, any further part of the presentation, or are we?
Well, I guess just that it's, you hear a lot about affordable housing, and just about any income level nowadays is stressed with affordable housing. But this is really, I call it blue-collar workforce affordable housing. The families, the individuals that will live in this housing have jobs. They work in the community. They have service jobs. They work at the grocery stores. They possibly could work at local convenience stores. Single parents. So there's definitely a large need for this type of housing, and that's what we're trying to put on the ground.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
How does your volume of construction compare with Rose's?
I've developed multifamily housing for Rose for 22 years. And if you were to look at just about all of the multifamily developments, new construction that she's done over the last 20 years, I've been involved in those.
She's not involved with this one, though.
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Chaparro?
And just to respond to Commissioner Murillo's question, it's 7.2 units of ADA compliant apartments, Commissioner, and I would assume they'd all be on the first floor.
Yes. Yeah. And all of the ground floor units are accessible. They're built with wheelchair accessibility.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just interject, Mr. Andrews has one of the reasons that we even agreed to put it onto the agenda is Mr. Andrews comes with a very strong reputation in terms of building affordable housing, partnering, certainly a longtime partner to Tierra del Sol. I just want to be aware the county had set aside $2.5 million to support the promotion of affordable housing in the county. You've already committed $800,000 to one of Tierra del Sol's projects in the Vado area. This commitment that's being asked for is at $1.5 million. That's going to take up everything but about $200,000 or $300,000 in that affordable housing ARPA line item to do additional projects, and there are the potential for additional projects, would require the movement of some of the ARPA funds to go further. So again, one of the questions, the ask is at $1.5 million. I don't know if there's been any, I don't know that we've had the discussions in terms of whether it has to be right at 1.5 million, knowing that the city is potentially enhancing its contribution. But it is a great opportunity to partner with the city on a project that would benefit residents both within the city and within the city.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I know my comment doesn't specifically tie to the project, but it does the area, which I know there's, I think, part of the issue that we've seen, I think, because it's this project where it just happens, is right along the border of the city limits and the county. And one of the things I would love for, in addition, we talk on working with the city, I would love for us to find ways to work with the city, being that to create sidewalks in that area. One of the issues is that you're right next to Monte Vista and Mesa Middle School, and there are no sidewalks in that area. So I know that doesn't apply for this project, but I would love for us to, like I said, because we're on that borderline with the city, how we can maybe work with the city and identify a project where maybe we can, with more families moving in, or being around the school district, having those sidewalks maybe looked at, or how we can work together to put them in.
Yeah, there isn't bus service there yet, but we are committing to provide a turnout for bus service once it does get out there.
Great.
And Mr. Chairman, maybe we should ask Mr. Andrews, there are sidewalks within the project? Or is that part of the plan? And those that would run along Peachtree, because the outer limits of the subdivision would really benefit from sidewalks.
Yep.
The subdivision developers are putting in bike paths and walkways alongside their roadways out there.
That includes sidewalks. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Is there any other comments, public input? All right. If not, it looks like Commissioner Reynolds had to leave. So I'll ask Amanda, will you call the roll on agenda item number 28?
Commissioner Allens? Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This item has a resolution number 2022-82.
Yeah. All right. Is there any correspondence, Amanda?
Yes. Janice Marie Needle versus Doñana County. Dennis Murphy as a personal representative of the wrongful death estate of Avery Colin Jackson Dunphy and Patrick Admiral Dunphy versus Doñana County.
Thank you. All right. So if I can get a closed session, or sorry, a motion to convene closed session.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair.
I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss the annual performance evaluation and related issues, including potential amendments to the county manager's contract regarding the county manager, and to discuss case number 22-0093-UT, El Paso Electric's request for approval of 2023 REA plan and 6 revised rate 38, as authorized by NMSA 1978 10-15-1H2, personnel matters, and 7, threatened or pending litigation of the Open Meetings Act.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Amanda, will you call the roll on the motion, please?
Commissioner Allens? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay, we're going to close session at 2:47 p.m. p.m. We're back in open session. Let the record reflect that the only things discussed in closed session were those mentioned in the motion to go into closed session. Okay, on the topic of the EP or El Paso Electric's request for approval plan, if I can get a motion on that action, please. Or if I can get a motion to intervene
So moved to intervene.
on behalf of the county. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ellens,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Amanda, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Allens,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay. Now, if I can get a motion regarding the county manager's contract?
I move that the contract to the county manager be extended by 2 years.
Second.
Okay. If we can get a motion, sorry, a roll call on that motion.
Commissioner Allens,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes, and may I ask a question? Was that the entirety of our decision? I think we're missing a portion of it. Am I correct, Mr.?
I believe so.
I was, and I figured
Gooden?
we already had the one, so I was going to take and entertain it in a different motion.
The
All right.
second one.
Yes.
Okay,
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
yes. Okay, now we have one regarding the county manager's salary, if you would, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
I move that the county manager's salary be increased by 3% per year. I'm sorry, 4%, excuse me.
Okay, so we have a motion to increase the county manager's salary by 4%. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Amanda, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Allens,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay.
And anybody who disagrees with me doesn't get to vote against it anymore.
All right. We've reached the end of our agenda, so we will call this meeting adjourned at 4:14. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner Allens.